Dragon for the sub.
Who is
Oh,
live?
gonna double. Ada,
Hmm.
ada. Oh wait, I'm leaning into my Blue Yeti when it's like I realize I'm on my headset, so I'll sound a little different. Cheddar mac and cheese with spinach. Ooh. I have a box that I realize I need to cook of it's Cheetos brand macaroni and cheese. I'm thinking I might make that for part of my dinner tonight. 'Cause I was gonna make brats. I didn't know what I want to have
Tell
with it. I
me
was like,
how it is, because I've been looking at that stuff in the store and I'm like, this looks cursed, but I don't want to knock it.
that's 100% why I bought it. Like I was like, this is gonna be terrible. If it tastes like Cheetos, it's bad. If it doesn't, it's bad. Koala, thank you for the resub. Hello. Easy breezy, Miss Breezy. We're just about to start some dungeon diving. All right, I got the music going. We got that. I have my Gatorade. Thank you, Gabriel. And we have Golden too. Everyone's here. I love it. Oh, that makes me so happy. All
Hmm.
right. I feel like there's something else I was grabbing. Oh, I got my book open. Good to go. All right. So recap. I'm doing pretty well. Been having, I mean, not gonna lie, January. I wish it was fucking January compared to now. July has been kind of a bastard, but you know we're making it. We're trucking it. And
Yeah.
I mean, fun fact with the stuff. I mean, if I can get a bit, we're looking at like if I can get like a little bit more. Hopefully, can be doing the because it's just the rigging, and we can try to get the debut probably in under 2 months now. So I'm hoping we can do that. Which also I may be changing my work schedule or going to what my work calls at will, which then means I'd be doing a bunch of afternoon streams. So that'd be fun.
For the resub, Nikki.
Yeah, Golden, if you haven't seen, I've shown it on streams a few times. I do have my model is done. It's just not rigged. And so once we do that, which I did have a fund for it that we needed, but I ended up needing it for rent to not have problems.
Yeah.
So we've been trying to recoup it. So yes, perseverance is important. Which actually led to why our stream started a little late today because I've been selling my Magic the Gathering cards. And before the stream, we started talking a shit ton of Magic the Gathering, and it was fun for half of us. Cough. Well, and Golden, I did miss my Star Wars one because my net was terrible, and I didn't want to have to be fussing with it and trying to run. So, but we will be live on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be cold in the ground before I miss that session.
You don't do
God,
that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. We're having session on Monday.
Yeah, other fun facts, folks. If I can find someone who can work on the model, I have, and not to like send a message with like money things, but it was cheap on a model site. I did get an Elven model that I think would be perfect for looking like my stream model, for the sake of VR chat. And if that does end up working out, if we can get it so that it textures and looks like my regular self, then I will be doing talk streams and VR chat in a model that's because like its outfit actually looks kind of like mine. We just need to basically get some other stuff so it looks a bit closer and get the skin and constellations right. I have a couple model making friends that hopefully I can apply somebody, or maybe we can figure out something about like a donation or something like that I can get for them. But in any case, once things are steady, you'll be seeing big changes in the next 2 months. So it'll be fun stuff.
Deck, whenever you get a chance, can you check your DM real quick?
DM? Yeah, one second. It's not gonna show it on Twitch. Yeah, I'll just see.
Alright, so we're gonna scroll this down here to where the adventure is. So, as far as recap, you guys have had an interesting time of it. Assuming you guys are ready for it. Do we need anything else?
I'm good.
So, and also to those in chat, I can probably show off the precursor ones in the Discord. So anyone in chat, don't forget to join Discord, as we can definitely talk about coming ups there. So, the last session they went into the depths of the Sanctum of the Erudite Eye.
1 second.
Oh. Okay. Wait.
I just wanted to make an announcement as well.
I am so sorry.
For this Sunday, I'm going to be doing a debut for my new model, and it's July's been kind of a shit month. I'm going to be running a subathon to try and raise some funds to help bridge job hunting.
Please go and support my
yeah.
baby.
Yes. I have fun, interesting things. We'll play some games together. I've got a certain cat game to play as well.
Oh my god, I need to get that. I want to play it on stream so bad. It looks so good. I'm purposely, and it's everywhere. I have to avoid it.
Which
Yeah.
game?
Called
Stray.
Stray.
You get to be a
Oh,
stray
cat
cat.
game. Right. Yeah, Rose is playing that downstairs right now.
It looks so much fun. Once. Yes, please go support my baby. We have some fun stuff. I'm hoping to be there for the majority of it if I can.
Yeah.
I might need to talk to the other group. I don't know if are we supposed to play with Wyvern? Yeah, because that's always on the weekend.
I don't know what's going on with that.
I mean, it's literally been like 2 months. No offense to Wyvern if you're any of you guys out there, if you're out there, but it's been hard to leave that open for so long. I really hope that we figure something out for it.
Yeah, that's a
Alright.
schedule pain in the butt.
Okay. So, good
yeah.
for recap?
Yeah, let's go.
Goblin, Nikki, Koala.
I'm a good.
Quick announcement: eating pizza Pringles. They're pretty good.
Pizza
All right,
Pringles.
we got it.
It's my favorite flavor.
Someone at my work tried to tell me that apparently you're supposed to eat multiple different flavors of Pringles at once to make them into flavors. I don't believe them. Is this true or not?
Mm.
Chat, tell me.
You can, but it's too much work.
You can.
That's
You can, yeah, if you're a heretic.
Right?
If you're wrong.
If you're wrong. If you're wrong in how you live your life. Alright, so delving into the depths of the Sanctum of the Erudite Eye. It seems there are a lot of pressure-held gates down here, and it's very dark. In the first room, there's almost a point where they were locked in within Nethys Grave Guardian, which they've luckily managed to assuade now that they're carrying holy symbols of Nethys. You got these from meeting a skeletal champion by the name of Senin Merrick, who had gotten attention after a grave robber turned zombie came crawling at you out of a hidden one of the alcoves in this sarcophagus hall to the west. He informed Senin Merrick at first demanding you all surrender, but assured you that he was going to treat you fairly. Had some questions about the outside world, as he was very suspect of what was going on. And what he said was because he spotted a necromancer who came in and managed to ward him off as they stole something, and then which he assumed was with the other group, with the woman with the pink hat, who flashed signs as though they were Nethesian, but then brought in a non-Nethesian and thus weren't ones that he should be respecting, and he got confused and went to his chapel for guidance. You managed to convince him that you were there to bring Pharasma's due repose to the area, and that even then he allowed that as long as it was to go to worthwhile endeavors, or even to be sold to those that you knew would respect it, that he would help you in this regard. He knows where they are. He also told you of something that you joked that you wish was down here, which was he had mentioned a fountain of destruction that can amplify your offensive magics, which I know made a certain Ignan salivate.
Give me.
Otherwise, digging in, as you left his chapel, you saw a bit of a secret wall that was left asunder and had some markings on it. As you investigated and opened it, there was a very exceptionally frightening creature hiding behind what looked like a large human thing that used to be holding some sort of mask. It also seemed to most likely have some sort of bearing to the warning you had read upstairs of something terrible and evil held here that needed to be kept secret from the world, which even Senin Merrick didn't even know it was there. Necridius came crawling out from behind the thing, as it seemed to be some sort of room guardian. There were some pangs of blood that seemed to be someone else had been in here and even wounded by the thing, but also locked it in here. And as such, you did the same, locking it in there, deciding they can just stay there. As such, you backed up into the room with the Guardians. It stayed ready to attack it, but upon realizing it's probably just another Guardian of the place that just had failed in its duties, you simply decided to leave it be. From what you know of what Senin Merrick has reported, the that the Scorched Hand, the team that has effectively trying to steal your delve rights, is further in this basement still to the east. And so from there, your time is yours. It's been an exhausting affair to a degree, but you're still not done, and unfortunately, your thieves are still in the area.
I believe I am on the wrong page.
Scroll
dude.
down, maybe?
Yeah.
Because there's 2 maps. If
Got cheap.
Yeah, I have your token up over here, because... And then I got Char. You were invaluable for lockpicking, by the way.
Hooray!
yeah.
Being the only one with lockpicking.
Well, we can't all be good at everything.
Well, we've missed you too, Golden. Happy to have you here now. Hope you enjoy
Yeah.
it. Also, chat, if you may notice that I have found new music. Still copyright free, but doesn't mean that I don't want you to go and potentially, if it is music you like, please let me know in the Discord and we can get you the links and you can find it, as the music is phenomenal. Got new stuff for the Star Wars too. I'm excited.
Ooh.
It's hard finding copyright-free Star Wars fan music. That's
Yeah.
the key, though. Is fan music usually apparently is pretty doable.
Yeah, because they can't copyright it.
Hmm.
I guess they can, but it's
Yeah,
gotta
they
be...
can.
Yeah, YouTube does not really care if you actually own something or not. They can they'll let you claim it.
All right. However you'd like to proceed is yours. I'd say make sure to check yourselves, check your HP, check your inventories, make sure you are good to go, as you do know this place is still fairly dangerous and you don't know what lies ahead. Fenn Merrick has assured you that there's not much in the way of traps ahead of you. And he did even suggest that you go to the Pool of Destruction, because not only would it be able to amplify your offensive magic, but also that's where the keystone for the Akhet is. While you're not near anything it can potentially throw at you as of yet, so it hasn't really come out to attack, but it could serve as he was aware that they had changed its rules. As much as he shouldn't be allowing outsiders to play with such a thing, since he knows that he changed it to facilitate their looting, he's not exactly against the idea of changing it back to something more akin to its nature.
I mean, it sounds like a good first place to stop if he can show us where it is.
Yeah, to which he would point down the hall as where we were going originally.
Time to drink the spicy water.
Spicy water? Mm-hmm.
Spicy water, that's an interesting way of putting it.
Oh yeah, this was the no-no room.
That was in another room, yeah. It's probably the no-no room where they're gonna have to at least open one more time before we leave, but not right now.
It doesn't even look like a room.
It's because it's sealed again.
Ah,
I have a plan.
Yes. There was a room in there that got resealed, so I hit it again. But
We lured the thieves into that room, and then we just barred the door behind them.
Because clearly we let them beat us, and they're like, "Oh, but we know it was a secret room."
You'll never find the treasure that's hidden behind the wall in this one corridor. Eh.
it's not like it's a grand artifact of great evil. It's like it's fine. You just go there.
they go there and they walk out with like t-shirts and cotton candy.
And the artifact, you're like, I thought it was gone. Yeah, apparently not. Everyone. All right. So yeah, he continues down this way.
Very excited to have some spicy water.
Okay, let me update the map for you. Give me a
Party, I
moment.
seem to have encountered a void.
It's a void. Run away.
The world just stops.
I like how Hobbs is confidently striding in front of everyone.
Yeah, it's just like
He is
I'm the
now
tank.
They
You don't have
made-
stone sense, or
I'll
Spicy
have you
water.
know. Yeah, one, spicy water. Two, I'm not in the front. The thing that nearly killed us is in front of us. or could have probably killed us. So, you know, there's someone in front of me. It'll all be fine.
Okay, yeah.
Listen, do you want to go first?
I mean, I'd probably be better off than you.
All right, go first.
I can't
Try your
see.
luck. Yeah,
Give me a second,
go.
I gotta set
I
up-
mean,
gotta-
Sarik's the one that usually goes first.
Yeah,
His
generally.
life flashes before his eyes every 5 feet, but
Reek just has poor, horrible PTSD.
Sarik's a young adult, but he looks 60.
You have so many wrinkles and your hair is so white. How old are you? 22.
I just had to deal with the last few. No, just kidding. But also, Golden, that sounds very irritating. I'm not a huge fan of my Android for a similar reason, because it won't charge off of cords. I can only use wireless chargers because it won't take anything else. And it's really irritating. It makes me nervous if I'm out and about and the battery starts dying. I apologize for the delay here. This is going to take an extra second, so
All
do
good.
give me your patience.
Yes, his Sparta.
Sparta?
Just Sparta kick someone into the void. See what happens.
So you're in front. Kick.
Ah! I deserve this.
Hoisted on my own petard.
don't know if that's intended.
What?
I looked over your screen. I can see you scrolling through your assets.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's one thing I know about Cursive. Has some nice assets.
Indeed.
I don't know what to say to that on stream. I know what I would say off stream. On stream, I'm just sitting here like,
You've never been saucy on stream.
Decla's looking at you judgmentally.
That's fair. That's
What?
fair.
I mean the Pathfinder assets. Come on, guys, get your heads out of the gutter.
Yeah, that juicy
Yeah.
CRB human handout 75.
That's when I was gonna make a comment that was not safe for stream.
Well,
I don't recall it ever being this warm on a Georgia Sunday afternoon.
You're standing next to me.
Okay, so what the fuck are you?
I don't know.
My name is Hobbs.
No,
Given
it's
what
one
a
that says-
chest.
Okay, you know what? I'll show. Here, you know what? Because I'm not using it. I'll put it over here. Look at this thing. Look at that man. What is wrong with that man?
Hey, yo, what that mouth do?
Ah,
That is
Horrible
labeled as a
thing.
human. That is labeled as a human. That is not a human.
That just
that-
means when I
That
wake up.
is yeah, that's
well, it may have had a human at one point.
I see their full art. They're Rovagugian. All right. So the reason you'll see for this one is you'd see as Sten and Merrick seems to slow down and grows a bit quiet. I would say that as you're all happy, Hobbs, and kind of going up, and you'd see as sure enough ahead of you, you can see the glow of another one of those portals there in the gate before you. But to the east, you would spot as it seems to be some familiar faces over there that seem to be looking back in your direction as you guys were moving up. As it seems that they're wearing, they just kind of spot you looking back. You can spot that sure enough. I know it doesn't have a pink hat, and it's a different one, but there's Valeriana. You could spot Azaz, the kind of young guy who seemed rather excitable. The kind of armored Osirian Kelru, as well as then their elven guide Adori. They're on the north.
it's only
I do
4
have.
of them?
Yeah, there's only 4.
I do have one question. for Goblin, did any channels go out when I was away? Because Char was a little down.
Any channels?
I don't know
Channel
if you
energy healing.
healed at all last.
Oh, yeah, I did do one channel energy, I believe.
Golden, to that, I would recommend uploading your pictures to Imager, and then you can upload the link to the Discord. Good way to share photos that are too big.
I see you're rolling a 2d6. Was that it?
Yes.
So you rolled a 2 and a 2 plus whatever. If you got anything.
I don't think he has any planned ads to his channel.
Gotcha.
Alrighty, thank you.
I mean, if they see us, Krug's just gonna be like, well, bad news, everybody. It seems like somebody beat us to the punch. I don't mean you four. I mean somebody else got here first.
They kind of look back that direction as you'd see as the elf on the north just seems to look kind of dour at the situation, whereas you'd see as Zaz kind of looks and is watching that way, but you his little scorpion on his shoulder, but Kelru kind of steps forward to kind of, and you just hear him simply just get behind me, boy. He seems to be looking to Valeriana, who seems to be just tapping her cheek with a bit of a thoughtful expression. This does not concern you. This is Nethys business. Leave this place, regardless of what they say. It is not yours.
I mean, first off, we're here with permission from Pharasma and now Nethys. Also, aren't you a little concerned that, as I said, somebody already beat you guys here? I thought that would interest you if you were true Nethys devotees that somebody else plundered your temple before you got here, but you don't seem a bit concerned about that for such devout holy people.
That would imply that I believe what you said, but you'd see as Valeriana is kind of, as he's decrying you, but Valeriana does look very concerned about that, as you can see her looking about the area with a bit of frustration, like they haven't found something they were looking for.
You should believe her. She speaks the truth.
Perhaps you're looking for some sort of mask?
Sensing her hesitation, Kelru, oh, let me adjust the player, man. Kelru just looks at her to see if she wants to speak, but then seeing that she doesn't, just our businesses are beyond your concerns. If you have information, by all means, but otherwise stay out of our way.
You're thieves and charlatans. I have nothing to say to you.
You can see as the young kid kind of looks around, just like, we're not thieves. This is ours by right.
No, it's not. You weren't given this. This wasn't assigned to you at all.
You
Tell
were
me
given it
again.
by...
Oh, really? Is that not the governing body? Who's doing something illegal here?
That's our friend
Possibly.
here.
I've heard you've been-
Erasmus not the higher power. Nethys is.
Our friend here
That's-
is a servant of Nethys.
And from what it
he's-
sounds like, yeah.
That's funny. We actually have two gods' permissions to be in here. The one that is the legal owner of this property, and then the other one that is also the legal owner of this property. You have neither, actually. So
From-
once again, you are thieves and charlatans, and you
Yes,
should lay
it's-
down your arms.
From
Valor-
what it sounds like, you're not treating this tomb with much respect. You're just plundering it like, assholes.
Valeriana shifts and she's like, you can insult us all you like, but we received...
Okay,
guidance."
you're thieves and charlatans.
She just inhaled sharply and just the... Actually, I think she
You
has...
also brought a child in here. That's very low.
Unbelievably dangerous. The hell's
He
wrong
is
with
not
you?
that... What? He is
We
not a
have-
child. He is plenty old enough to do...
Then why did you tell him a child? That's confusing.
We have encountered near-death experiences multiple times already, and you bring someone who can't properly defend themselves down here? And you call us the
Defend
bad
myself?
people?
What are you... Are you calling me inept? The young man
Yes,
just kind of-
actually. You're also a thief and a liar.
I am
No,
not.
I'm calling you too young for this business. You need to not be here.
You see as the elf is just pointedly staying out of it but watching, but she does kind of move towards... Okay, no, she doesn't have the spells. So...
Besides,
Also, I mean,
we've been treating this place with as much respect as we need to. Like, we've not broken any rules or anything like that. But you come down here, not in your area because you believe it to be yours by right, that's just folly. That's how you get
Except-
yourself killed.
You don't even know. Nethys gave us the vision to come here. We followed our lord. He speaks to what? Dust of Nethys, his priors. If he is fighting with you, he obviously doesn't remember. Although you do see that she's casting a spell on herself as she begins to kind of glitter and seems to almost phase out of position.
I'll just also point out that even if you had legitimate claims to this place, hiring people to kill us on our way here was definitely illegal.
They were,
If I command halt her, does that actually initiate combat?
I mean, they're behind a gate, not directly.
It's field of vision. It doesn't require a touch.
Does she seem like to be the leader of the group?
Oh yeah, very much so from when you met them. I mean, from when you met, Kelru was an asshole, Veldriana was haughty, the boy was fairly nice but excitable. And even you guys got the sense motive that it's like he seems easily misled, and the elf seemed annoyed with them, but also seemed like, I know that Crix had gleaned from her that she also seems very disciplined, which means that she might, since you did find out she's a hired mercenary. But
So once again, she is casting something to like move out of vision or something.
no, she's reaching down towards her chest, and as she begins to cast on herself, she begins to kind of phase out of position. You can spellcraft to determine what she's casting. That may give you some. Go for it.
Because I might actually have a better.
Determining on that roll. Once again, if I do a command spell, does that straight away start combat?
If you're trying to stop her from casting it, there are a couple of the commands that would stop her from doing such. But that would be an initiative roll, not necessarily combat. But they might
I don't
retaliate.
necessarily want to fight them as much as it is like they're very much. I don't want them doing anything that would give them the upper hand here.
Right. It's just all three of you could recognize that as mirror image. It's a defensive spell, generally for combat, which may be indicative of her mentality.
Then
So-
can I also roll initiative to try to cast a spell?
I mean, yeah, if you guys want to make this initiative because you see her casting a defensive spell, it's like that's. But
The
I'm
gate
not trying-
here. What is this? Is it locked or?
these are locked gates, but you can see through them. But you can disable the device. You did figure out how to disable the device, so you have familiarity. You do have a. But basically, what you would know, Dev, from because you were actually the one who dealt with these. Basically, all the doors and gates in here basically stay open for a full round before then pushing shut with a force that you've seen is basically just a pulley system of basically a air suction socket.
Which version or which part of command would actually make her stop casting that?
That's a spell that requires verbal, so you'd have to tell her not to speak.
Shut
You
up.
have to beat her on initiative since she's starting it and you're spotting it as she does. So you have to beat her on initiative. If you don't, then there's not
I rolled like shit.
Okay. So this will be just hers. The rest of them will be reacting.
Haven't rolled yet. Hold on.
I know you haven't. Let me get the
Wait, did you? I thought you see it got a 20.
No, that's not me.
Oh,
That's me.
I'm a cleric, sir. My initiatives are generally bad.
Cool. I rolled a 9. She's probably gonna beat me with whatever, because she probably has a +1 at least.
most likely.
Yeah. Damn. I actually had a good spell for this occasion.
Deb, however, and actually Sarik both got fairly high. Alright, so let me get to her since. Okay. And we'll get the other ones on the initiative too, since it looks like it's about to kick off in some way, but feel free to talk in the midst of combat. These guys aren't obviously all. We'll roll the other 3 as well. Get them. Ooh, natural 20 from the elf. Alright, so. Kelru adds 5. Damn, he's a pass boy. I would not have picked that.
Interesting.
Zaz.
Oh, yeah, he's fast.
I mean, he rolled poorly, so he's not that fast.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the 20.
No, that's Adori.
Okay.
And she
Adorable.
adds 3, so not terribly fast on her part. Zaz rolled a 9 plus. How fast is the 16-year-old? He adds. Oh, damn, 7. All right, he is also fast boy.
Fast boy versus hot boy.
All right. Oh, and then I need. Let's see. Dev is not on there, so if you want to enter yourself manually, Dev, you can. And then Char will be right after you, and then send in Merrick, who did warn you guys, by the way, since technically you wouldn't have heard it, but he did warn you that he can't strike them, but he can try to assist, like if they tried to summon anything, or he can do things to potentially aid. Which in his case, also got a 17.
Is it that nat 20 that's casting the spell?
No, that's not the one casting the spell. She just seems
Okay.
ready to do something, though. But she doesn't do anything, and she's just watching, and she doesn't even realize you guys are about to do something, because she doesn't see. I mean... there is a picture channel, Golden. At least I think we have a pictures channel. So I guess, yeah, she'll just be... She's not holding, she's readied something, so Griark?
Here's an interesting question. Can I try to sunder something with a firearm?
Yeah.
Do I think if I could, like, see any of their holy symbols, if I got, like, sundered their holy symbol, he would be able to hurt them?
Wait, say again?
If I was to, like, try and sunder a holy symbol that they had, would our bony friend be able to actually hurt them, do I think?
Knowledge religion?
12.
Maybe. Maybe not. Well, I can't really answer that for you.
Fair enough. Do I see a visible holy symbol?
Taking a peek. I mean, yeah, the three of them all do have holy symbols.
I mean, fuck it, at least try it. I'll try it once at the very least.
I would say that you notice that Valeriana doesn't seem to be using it to cast, however.
No,
She
I
actually
figured.
throws Calru
But-
seems to be brandishing it.
No, but like, if even one of them's a cleric and I fuck their holy symbol, that's again.
Right, that's why I was saying that Kelru is brandishing it, Valeriana is
Yeah.
not, Azaz is not.
I'll go for Kelru then. Kelru's.
Okay.
That's not gonna do 11 on touch.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's not.
Also, I kind of forgot to swift action add flaming, but I'll do that now.
Well, why are you mad?
That'll be my turn.
Alright, Sarik.
Okay, I would first like to, at a 3rd level, cast for. I'm just being diligent here. Command doesn't have the ability to stop casting, however, a forbid action does. So I'm actually going to be casting forbid action at 3rd level.
Okay. So what's the save, Will?
Save DC is going to be a 17.
Ooh, she does resist.
Well, I don't really have social skills, so probably like there's really no need to cast defensive magics or do anything else of the sort. The only reason we're trying to stop you is because you are clearly being aggressors, thieves, and charlatans. If you just, lay down your arms, we could talk about this peaceably. I mean, if you're here on, holy works, then surely you don't need to brandish arms.
Out of
You kinda
character.
make
Sorry. go ahead.
Can I
Go ahead.
attempt a diplomacy anyways?
That would take time to do, since you've kind of, since it's like, you did an offensive act. Understand that gives a sizable penalty to diplomacy. You can, if they start fighting back, I would say no. It basically all depends on what happens here. I.e., diplomacy checks to basically influence behavior basically take a minute, so 10 rounds. And since you just did something that requires a save that basically she felt, and if she basically orders them to attack you, then this is just going to go out of hand.
Okay, never mind.
But at the same time, depends on how how slow she is on that regard. So, in any case, roleplay wise, I imagine Azaz kind of hearing a bit of a scoff and then kind of just an annoyed look from Valeriana. Just I said it once. We answer to Nethys. He's a high. His power keeps the world safe. Whatever else needs to fall by the wayside needs to stand aside, and that includes you. He sounds at least zealous about his cause, but Kalru's just giving the stink eye to anyone there. As that actually, yeah, and a bullet flew by Kalru. I don't think they're gonna probably linger, because he wouldn't know that you're aiming for his holy symbol. He just knows bullet.
Right, you just shot at him.
I was trying to disarm his holy symbol. That's fine.
Well, that pretty much looks like you're shooting at him.
Right, I know if I'd hit it though, it would have been clear.
Dev.
Yes. I forget. Is disable device a standard action?
Depends on the device. These ones are standard actions.
Well, I think the first thing I'm gonna do from here is well, it's low level. Maybe she'll fail. I will try to fumble tongue Valeriana.
Okay. Is that a will save? And
It's a will save DC 14.
Okay.
Oof.
unfortunately, she resists.
Fair enough.
You guys are pretty up on their all.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
So that goes on to Sen and Merrick. But you would see does one thing as he places his hand on well, actually I don't know if he'd probably look back to, I would imagine, Sarik, since you've been kind of in charge and talked to him, as he seems to make a gesture towards the gate. Well, pretty clear to tell he's seeing if you want the gate open.
We're not super great melee fighters, and I feel like they have some pretty decent melee fighters.
I mean, you haven't seen them fight. You don't know how good they are. Kelru seems ready for melee and does have a pistol holstered at his thigh. The elf does have what looks like some sort of exotic weapon, but also has what looks like a long spear for a melee weapon. But she seems to be standing in a more defensive position than aggressive.
In this pool here, this is that destruction pool, isn't it?
Correct.
Can we get him to open this gate and not the other one?
He can if you move out of the way, so he'll hold his turn. So if you gesture, like kind of nod towards that, when he nods, it basically motions for one of you two to get out of his way. It's gonna be
If we
some
open
time.
that other gate, we're gonna get slaughtered by mercenaries. We're low on spell slots.
Yeah, the gates kind of help you out with that, and they're kind of trapped in there, and would have to open them themselves to get out. So
Oh yeah, I'm just worried that they're all spellcasters and it doesn't matter.
Find out.
yeah, which then is I imagine Azaz just probably actually back towards Griok. Just that this one's for Kelru as he goes to raise his hand up and seems to be summoning magic out that you see this little scorpion actually seems to help him out with, and cast a little magic into it. As I think that is yep. All right, so and you'd see as there's just a zipping of what look like little scorpion tails flying through the air.
Yep.
For 2 damage at Griark, as a magic missile strikes you.
Oh.
Otherwise, he is going to. Let's see. Yeah, he has enough range so he can do that. So he is going to run for cover right there. But otherwise, you do see something that's. You would see as Valeriana finishes her spell, she begins to kind of phase out of position. She makes a harsh order towards this, like they're casting on me. Get in front of me, girl. out of the way. Take the one over there. She goes and she actually shoves the boy out of the way to take a better position of cover right there. Doesn't seem like the best leader. The elf kind of sighs as she moves out of the range. It seems like whatever she was readying failed, so she just kind of looks towards you all, but otherwise she stays dead quiet. Kelru, however, let's see. All their abilities memorized. I know that they have different combat preclusions, but yeah, he will take this time as he goes to cast a spell on. Let's see, which one he would do on his gun, as his gun begins to shine with bright light.
Who's doing
At
this?
the plus side, Kelru. He seems to be holding up a kind of a scimitar with like a defensive stance, but then pulls out a small pistol to kind of hold it behind it, and then cast a spell on it. The holy symbol seems to be on the hilt of his sword. Otherwise, he is going to move into cover as well. But he seems to be aiming his pistol, but taking his time to buff it with spell. You can spellcraft if you want to know what. Okay, so Griark and Igni, you'd be able to recognize that he casts Flames of the Faithful on it. Basically, those bullets are going to hit like flaming now.
So we both have flaming guns.
Whoosh. And meanwhile, Hobbs is like, meh. Which would suggest that he's an Inquisitor.
That could be problematic.
But, did you order Char to do anything?
I did not.
Okay, so I'll go on to Dory. Yeah, to which she moves right there and seems to ready a new action. You would see as she's basically wielding her spear with a singular hand, not two, despite having her other hand free. But the other one does seem to be lingering near that exotic firearm.
The turn order disappeared on my screen, just so you know.
Yeah, I just popped it back up. I realized I did that too because I went to pass the turn and realized I couldn't because I popped it away. All right, Griark, you're up again.
Shit.
What about my turn?
Oh, are you not on there?
I guess
I am
not.
on there. I'm on there. I see it on my screen.
Oh, how the hell did we
You were
miss
for
you?
Char, yeah.
I am so sorry, hon. Go ahead, Koala. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I didn't have much I was gonna do.
Thank you for saying something. How did I even get past it? I must have double clicked.
Honestly, I'll be willing to burn a reaction to say this to him, but I'm gonna have him open that gate, and I really would like you to take a drink out of that big pool over there.
Yeah, can I like hold action dash to go fucking take a dive into the swim pool?
Yeah, you sure can.
Cool. I will say, I don't know if this would take any time as I'm preparing to go into the Fountain Dew. Is I'm gonna look to them and say, listen, we're not trying to hurt you, and we don't want you to die here. However, you've just blasted a magic missile at our friend here, and
You hear the young kid, you shot first!
I did no such thing.
It was a warning shot.
So here's the thing, right? Even if we get injured, even if you somehow manage to kill us, they still know you're down here. And if we don't come back, they'll have even more proof that you are now murderers. So is this really where you want to make your final stand?
Similar
Because
to-
otherwise, we can just let you go, escort you out, then maybe you get a slap on the wrist and a little bit of minor punishment. Otherwise, you're in for much, much worse trouble if you try to defend this, whatever this folly act you're trying to put on is.
Similar to Crixus, I'd say that in actually influencing or scaring them away would take some time. But however, I will give you, based on your words, a sense motive. Anyone who, actually, any of you really can see.
Pog, sense motive. Good. -1.
They're all bastards.
Yeah, they're thieves and scoundrels. A lot of them.
Okay, yeah. The rest of you would see as there is a as you're speaking, there is a rather cold, but I mean, she barely moves her head, but the elf definitely casts a very icy glare at Valeriana. Seems rather accusatory. But
So there's just like no way to talk people down mid-combat in this system?
there's a special feat tree that does that, and my standard rule is if there's a feat tree that does it, I don't give that away for free, except in very certain situations. Basically, to encourage people to basically go get those. Otherwise, why would you ever go get the feat tree?
Fair.
I will, if I haven't said anything, I'm just gonna say, no, she hired mercenaries to try to kill us outside.
Then actually, you know what? I know Greer wants me to go take a drink. I can take a drink next turn. I want to take this turn to see if I can end this at least somewhat diplomatically.
I mean,
Mhm.
keep in mind if they're all in cover and you guys all move to cover, the combat will probably end pretty quick, and then you could talk. I know you guys are intending to talk. If he opens the gate, you guys could all get into a defensive position fairly easily without them being threatening to you, because most spells require, being able to see each other.
That's fair. That's fair.
So if you guys are intending to try to talk it down, and at this point you've made sense of to realize the elf is not happy with the situation. So it's like,
Okay.
at least that might turn things. You don't know how much you're going to be able to turn the zealots, but I mean, one less.
Gotcha.
But in any case, yeah, if you're holding, I mean, you could even go and drink and talk. You just would be out of line of sight for a second. But yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So Griark.
I mean, it sounds like you're going to try and talk, so I guess if Griark like moves one space north, would they like be in cover, like able to pop out and shoot if things start up again?
So the way that works when you're in what's called a normal cover, where you're at a corner, basically if you choose whether you're threatening the things you can see around the corner, and then if you're in that way, they can fire on you and you have cover. You can choose to also go into total cover in that situation, which is basically you pressing your back to the wall and making sure you're not sticking out. At which point then you're not a target, and most spells you cannot even target them like that. If it's a ranged attack, then you can, because technically you can shoot those around corners. But like anything that requires a target, like magic missile, no. Or like command.
Yeah, I mean, Griark will just go up here and be in total cover, I guess.
Okay, yeah, it's basically just you pressing your back to the wall.
They're probably just like, oh man, I hope they don't. I hope this combat starts up at least before I run out of flaming. Because I don't have many spell slots left.
Yeah, I mean, Calvert is probably feeling the same. It's just that. At the same time, you're looking at the kind of like the mummy scenes where it's like they're firing and you guys are trying to talk them down. So it's really up to you how you want to handle it. Sarik.
Okay, I have a question since our reanimated friend is holding his turn for me to move. Can he and I swap spaces? Like, can I 5-foot diagonal like down to where he is?
He's waiting for you to. Yes, he would basically be ready to move as soon as you do.
Okay, I just want to swap him. I want to be where he's standing. I want to be right here.
Okay. Yeah, I would allow that then, and then you can continue your turn, and then. But
Okay.
sure enough, it's basically him just. He just basically I'll move him also. Okay, good. But yeah, he just presses his hand to the keyhole on the left side there, and then it just springs open. Doesn't look like you
Okay.
pick the thing.
My actual turn, though, I do want to command drop on this guy here now that I have him in my line of sight.
Okay.
I'm going to cast that at my final 3rd level, so spell save of 17.
What's up, Deckle?
Oh, nothing.
Sorry to say, he also resists.
Damn.
Oh god, it's Thursday all over again. Or no,
Wednesday?
that's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, and then I'll probably, like, kind of signal for Hobbs, just kind of like get in there.
You know, Chops, if you want to take your turn, I can move you to this spot.
Yep.
Smooth things. There we go. Yeah,
just
so
get-
if you move action, move over, and then
Yeah, Hobbs' head just immediately disappears into the pool.
give me a perception check, Hobbs.
It's filled with bees. You're drinking bees.
What the fuck? Yes, bees.
It's
The-
bees.
The skeleton's like, wow, my trap is complete. No,
The rare aquatic bee.
here you go.
This is
Yeah,
fucking
I see
funny.
water.
I was not ready for that.
Yeah, you
Right
see
to
water. All right, so you as you go in, let me get to the page
Sorry,
of
my
the.
sister interrupted me by knocking on my door and then telling me, "Hey, I'm going to Jamaica at 5 a.m. and won't be back until next week. So feed the cats while I'm gone." And I was like, "Oh, cool, great."
Jamaica?
Okay.
I gotta double check on one thing. There it is. All right, so yeah, you can see as there's definitely some drawings on the sides of like basically people reaching towards the ceilings, but one of those drawings just peels itself off the wall and tries to kind of grab you as you go in, because it seems that the Arkhead, is manifesting in here, trying to stop you as it's still keyed against you guys. But well, he's trying to grapple you before you even reach it. Not that he's
Okay.
not that he's really tacticking with the others, but you are flat-footed to this grapple, so don't apply your dex to your CMD. Never mind, he didn't break.
Don't think
eight,
I have
so
to.
so he kind of slaps you like, no, I need the fucking good water. Look.
Hobbs is like single-minded, just like bull charges past it. Okay, I'll get to you later.
Must get a biggie sip.
You know that Hobbs, if he could, would just have like a giant big gulp of this water.
Hobbs
You
has the
walking
fucking.
around?
Hobbs has the fucking chug jug.
Right after this, I'm gonna build him one of those stadium hats that has like the two cans on the side and the straws.
Please.
So otherwise, Hobbs, yeah, as soon as you get close, you see that the water's a little low in this one, but you weren't far off in your description. It seems to have a constant, what looks like blue fire that's just on the top of the water. You can see it's water beneath it, so it almost looks like some sort of liquid flame. But sure enough, it's not giving any sort of heat. And then even then, you're not really afraid of heat if it is, anyways, as they're just there's a little bit once you pass your head through it, but otherwise, once you you do also see a mosaic of colored tiles that seems to be impossible to see unless your head's under the water. The fact that you stuck your head in, you saw something that maybe that's in the top one too. But otherwise, as you drink it, sure enough, yeah, it will allow you to cast a free evocation spell, just like the abjuration one does, as well as then evocation spells are +1 cast level, +1 bonus to saving throw, and then the first one you cast after this point will gain a +1 damage per die.
Anyone who looks over at Hobbs right now, you see his head underwater, and like the hair that's touching the water has deflated slightly, but like the back of his hair where the ponytail is just starts getting brighter and brighter and starts to like flap in the wind.
Like, so that shit turns a little blue.
I'm charging up.
It's got the little, like, because it's fire, right? It's got the little blue center.
Yeah. It's getting hotter. I am all powerful.
All right, yeah. Unlimited power.
I warned you.
All right, good times. So that is you there. So then Sarik is. Oh no, Sarik, you still have the rest of your turn.
Oh, can I still move?
I mean, you can't move because you did a 5-foot step. So...
Oh, then no, I'm good. That's I don't have anything else in my.
Oh yeah,
economy
you
that I can
cast a
do.
spell. Yeah, no, you're done. I thought you still had an action. Dev.
I like spicy water. I'm gonna go get spicy water.
Yeah, that looks good over there.
I'm gonna tell Char to come over there though.
Yeah, at this point, I'm mostly gonna be like just fucking shield walling so everybody can get in there.
Put up an Earth Elemental token so that the basically represent the Akat sticking out of the left wall there. Because he's actually fully manifested, not just a hand throwing a thing at you right now.
See you, buddy.
be right there.
Goblin, if you could check your DMs real quick.
Oh, yeah, and then Sarah and Merrick would be behind Sarik as well. All right, so yeah, sure enough, same thing, Dev. Second verse, same as the first.
I'll have to get that list later.
All right, so that'll be move in a standard. Anything else, Dev?
That's all I got. I'm out of sight, so that was the idea.
Yeah, you hear the kind of excitable voice of his ass. Just leave him alone, you jerk! As he goes to cast a magic missile at Sarik. Just cast a spell at him. So yeah, magic missile flinged out towards you. Thunk.
Ooh,
Ooh, for
spicy
5
missile.
damage.
Ow.
And then-
Spicy missile.
Then he moves into cover down here. It seems that he's very gung ho. Like, I mean, impressionable kid. What are you gonna
Fucking Badlands chug.
do?
It's fine. I'm no longer fighting this whole game with 13 HP. It's okay. We moved up in the world.
You have health again? Amazing.
You would see as Valriana is casting a spell behind the wall there. As she takes out, she seems to have one staff in her hand, and as she casts a spell, she pulls out a second, and then taps the one staff to the other, and then that staff begins hovering next to her.
Hate that.
But otherwise, he kind of gives a glare towards the elf and just like, you're obviously not heat. Go. They get close, is all she simply says. But meanwhile, Kelru is going to line up a shot. He's not too worried about the undead, so yeah, that's going to be at Sarik. What is your touch AC?
Stand by. Touch AC is only an 11.
Double check because I forget how much this gun is. Since I don't have it normally and I've adjusted to do the firearm campaign, I have to look it up manually. Okay. So
Premium Kitsune Pudding. Interesting, Gabriel. Wait till you see my new
Alright,
model.
yeah, it's cute. Alright, so for a total of 1 bludgeoning and piercing and then 5 fire damage.
Okay.
Char mode. You do hear one thing as you'd, I would say perceptions for anyone. As all of you, I mean, those behind corners can hear it. As you hear, it sounds like the elf was fairly soft-spoken as it was, but seems like she's being fairly quiet as she's. Farik has an open. Okay, very good.
What the fuck did you say?
Oh, fuck no. You can hear that. I would say Griark and Hobbs. You can hear that she's whispering, but you don't hear quite what. Dev, you have no idea she's even saying anything. However, Sarik, you can hear that she simply just she's like, I'm not going to become a murderer for you. It's one thing to defend. But doesn't seem like she stops it. She just instead just readies an action again, which seems to there's an icy
Yeah.
look between them. But
Yeah, I kind of figure already what she's trying to do. I don't know exactly what she's readying, but I know exactly what she's trying to do. She's trying to keep her client safe.
and they're like, go kill for me, and she's like, no.
Like, that's not what I'm getting paid for.
So that's her turn. Griark.
Question. So, I keep forgetting the Scully boy's name. He had like a special thing to let him open the gates, but otherwise we'd need like to actually disable device to open them.
Correct. Or you have to find the key, which from what he said they have, and he said that there's
Gotcha.
only one that he knows of that wasn't with the High Priest, which is probably buried in his fucking tomb. Which is supposed to be
Gotcha.
over here, but
Not something you search for in mid-combat.
no.
I think Greg's just gonna hold an action, like if they can, I forget what you said. Like I can see around the wall, basically.
Yeah, you basically choose whether if you want to be threatening or not. Basically, if you're trying to target somebody with something, you're considered threatening. If you don't do
Yeah.
anything, you're considered in total cover.
I want to like hold a reaction, so like if anyone like casts at one of my friends, I want to take a shot at them, basically.
Okay. If you said specifically
Something I
cast, I would allow that for just whoever casts. If you're saying at friends, I would do it as then I would make you spellcraft to identify that is the trigger, if that's acceptable.
That's acceptable, yeah.
Okay. Hobbs, you're up.
All right. I am going to pull my head out of the water, full on like whip my hair back so like the water goes splashing, and then I'm gonna yell out. All right, let's try this again. I don't know if you've had this water, but it makes spellcasters like me and my friends who have very powerful destructive magic be able to cast it even stronger and more often. And now we are in control of this pool. And now that you guys have come down here, and I'm not sure if I'm telling the whole truth, but it's okay. Hobbs doesn't care if he's telling the whole truth right now. Now that you've come down here, not only are you breaking the rules, but also we are under authority that if we need to, we can eliminate you. And now we have the magical power to do so with relative ease. So, here's your last chance. You can surrender, we won't kill you, you'll get a slap on the wrist, and then maybe at the end, once everything is cleared out, we can work out a civilized deal. Or, you can continue to stand your ground and fight back, and you will die standing there. And the death of your comrades and the child you brought with you will be forever on your spirits and consciousness. Final warning.
That's like 3 rounds of talking there, so I mean...
That's a lot of talking.
Which is fine, thematically, but it's just that's fair.
I want to try to intimidate them, to try to fucking get them
Okay.
to stop.
I'll definitely allow an intimidate. I wouldn't say an intimidate to make them utterly stop, but you can definitely shaken them. If
Yeah.
that's what you're intending. If you're intending other one, you guys... Ooh.
Oh.
You're a scary motherfucker.
They don't see me, but from around the corner, they just see the flames of Hobbs's hands just burning brighter and brighter as he's getting passionate about this.
I mean, even though it's not the best logic in the world, you hear Karu just like, you have one spell, boy, you better make it count. Valeriana, though, you'd hear her voice as well. I mean, and even she sounds a little uncertain. She's like, you think we didn't drink from that? Are you foolish?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
Takes your standard. Did you want to move anywhere? Kind of crowded away from the fountain.
Yeah, I'm gonna move 5 feet this way. Actually, I want to move. Yeah, I guess I'll move closer to whatever this thing is because I currently have mage armor active.
Okay.
I sort of ignored whatever the hell this thing in the room is, but we'll deal with that.
Yeah. So, speaking of, it's its turn. So let me get it up.
Whose turn is what's going? I'm sorry, I had to go AFK for just a second.
The little house guardian thing's turn.
Is that thing mad at us?
Yeah.
It's been mad at you.
We drank from its pool. It's not happy.
You got a keystone thingy, whatever.
You were told that the keystone is on the east side of the room here, so you know it's there. I'd say that since it was pointed out, you can even see that there is what looks like about a 3-foot segment of wall that looks like you could open up. I mean, Tariq, if you got any closer, you'd be able to feel it. But
Of course you are, Sin.
in any case, it is its turn, and yeah, sure enough, as you move up, and it's kind of just looking about at the rest of those, it goes to try to slam Hobbs. 1 and 2.
Nope.
What's your current AC? Well, keep in mind I don't put what their ads are.
I have mage armor currently active still, so current touch AC is 17, or normal AC, sorry, is 17.
Just mean the first one does connect.
Ah, shit.
On it. Oh, never mind. The 11. I thought you said that connects on a 2. I was like, oh my god.
For 9 damage. Just
These things hit pretty hard.
punches you pretty hard. I mean, yeah, it's an earth elemental. They're kind of big, slow, and hit hard.
So
Yeah,
I'm
they already
surprised. I'm surprised Hobbs went in front of me.
Been doing a lot that day.
He's excited. He has spicy water. It's good water.
Did he cast from a distance?
I mean, maybe he doesn't want to kill the nice house thing. You know, who knows?
I don't. It's elemental. I'm friends with elementals.
Speaking of Srink,
Okay, so Griark is comfortable where they're at. They're not going to try and run into this room, and they have full cover there. I have to get past that fella to get into that room.
you have to get the door open. Which you know that the.
I have to get this door open?
No, the east one. Oh, you're trying to go in that room. Yeah, you could go.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of the way so we can
Yeah, I
talk
just heard
this down.
that fella. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant this fella in particular, this guy. I think I'll talk to our skeletal friend here and be like, we're going to try and disarm this using words. I'm going to get out of the line of fire. And then I'm going to...
He motions for you to wait a second. Like, literally, because his turn's right after yours.
Okay, can I just hold my turn for after his turn?
Which is just
Okay.
basically move him here.
Right, I'll
Because
just do that.
He's holding a hand on theirs. He actually takes, and you see the spears. He lets it go. It just seems to shimmer into darkness and warps onto his back, as it just seems to reappear. But then he reaches a skeletal claw over and tries to just grab the Akkad.
Yes.
But misses its attack of opportunity at him as it tries to swipe back at him. Yeah, so sure enough, he grabs the kind of, even though it looks like a painting, and he just kind of grabs it and pulls it, and actually rips it a bit off the wall, but just, he's clearly struggling with it. He doesn't have it pinned, but that does make it so it doesn't threaten. So you guys can move past it freely right now, as long as he has control of it.
Beautiful. So yeah, with that out of the way, I'm going to run fully past that thing. Wrong thing. Hold on, sorry.
I have my chat arguing over which parts of me are the ones they want to snuggle.
So cursive, I went up to Hop
Players,
Square and
yep.
then stepped over. So I get that 20 foot.
Okay.
So that should be me effectively out of line of sight. And then that's still my move action. So standard, I will actually... So I have a question about channel energy. Two of them, actually. I'm going to choose to heal my allies, right? So that's not going to hurt our friend down here, will it?
Correct. It'll miss the undead.
Okay. And then would it affect Griark? They're technically within 30 feet. However, they're
Yes.
around a wall.
It does go around walls. It loses 5 feet for a sharp corner, which there's one sharp corner, which is the stout tip there. Because
That's fine.
The first corner there is
not
enough to
getting
be
hurt.
Oh, I mean, I was just wondering because I'm going to do a channel energy because
Yeah,
I
that's-
actually, like, they hurt me anyways. I was just seeing if it could possibly top you up, Griark.
Basically, yeah, basically any sharp corner reduces your feet by 5, but emanations do spread, so they will go around corners, unless they say specifically that they don't otherwise. Like there is a lightning explosion that the druids get that is basically bolts of lightning that originate out from a single point, so those won't spread.
Nice. Then, yeah, I'm going to channel energy real quick so I can heal myself and just heal anybody else that's even mildly hurt.
I am mildly hurt.
Mildly.
You'll heal the Akkad.
There you go.
6 HP, you know, a little bit.
6 is better than what I had. So thank you for that.
All right, what's the dev?
No, what you're down here for is probably already gone. There's no sense forfeiting your lives when you return to the city. holding. I don't got anything to do.
Okay. No holding, so it goes on to them. Let's see. Can you see anyone? See that? But he isn't. I think you'll be able to recognize that. He saw it unclearly and shoot at the cat, but Char would be immune until cover because he hasn't done anything, so can't target me. So does have any sort of boomy spells? The big booma. Big bada boom. Negative. Yeah, so actually no one's watching, so you don't see what he does. I mean, the skeleton is, so if anything, a major note he'd mention, but not that in character versus out of character. I'm not going to worry about hiding everything that they're doing from you.
Griark is watching them.
Oh yeah, you are. You're ready because you're looking. Oh yeah, so which means if he can spot you, he might take an attack. He can't from there though. With that S curve, he wouldn't. So he'd make a different. Yep. So you'd see him moving over here as it looks like he's in the midst of casting a spell with his wand on his familiar, and you'd see the scorpion vanish from sight. So it looks like the scorpion goes invisible. But looks like he's protecting his familiar. Well, as he moves up, he kind of puts it back on Ko, who tries to kind of shove him back, kind of rolls his shoulder, like get back silently, but and then you'd see Kelru motion towards you as he spotted you there, but
Kirk's just like, hey, I got a scorpion familiar too. Scorpion buddies.
probably just like a dumb smirk on his face, like really, but Valeriana kind of casts a glare towards Adori, and even though she's just kind of standing ready, she just simply I also pay you to open doors. Open this one so we can be done with this. She doesn't seem to hide the fact that she's saying that, and just or you won't get paid a dime. Or should I say dime, a copper. So,
Can I yell back a rebuke? A rebuke?
I'm tempted to say no because of the thing, but yes, go ahead.
I just yell back, money won't mean a thing if you're dead or in prison. Because I sense she's the one that like is already shaken, so I want to like keep pushing that nerve and
I mean,
get her
you
to break.
you shook all of them. They're all kind of
Good.
scared. I take Griark, you see a moment where the elf kind of hangs her head, but looks like she's about to go open the door. But otherwise, Valeriana though is going to. You do see Kelru, make an example of the old unnecessary. But she is going to then take out, as she does trigger your attack opportunities. It looks like she's casting a spell at you because you can see that she's aiming a finger at you. So I'd say there's no check on it.
Okay, dokie.
Can she see you around that corner?
She has cover.
Griark's peeking
Oh,
out.
okay.
Oh, that's not good for her.
Oh!
That's a spicy
That's
musket ball.
that's not including my fire damage. Hold on.
I mean, the fire damage doesn't multiply on crit, but you know.
Honestly,
So +5 fire damage.
honestly, fuck him. We need to kill one of these guys just to show him we're serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Like-
musket is a ×3, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's its multiplier?
Hold on, let me see here.
Might be a ×2. I know some
I
of the old.
didn't actually set the multiplier. Let me go look it up.
She
Yeah, I had
points
it
the
open a
finger at
second
you. Her hand is now like disintegrated.
I mean, that might just be her head. If that's a ×3, she's probably
Musket.
not alive.
Oh, a musket is a ×4.
Oh,
So she's dead.
And so, which one is doing this?
I'd have
Oh wait, there's one thing. Oh, this is an important roll.
Oh shit, she's got defensive.
She's got mirror images up.
Ah,
Ah,
shit.
no.
I don't think warding weapon stops this, so let me double check that.
Damn, that would so.
This is
I
the,
mean,
this is the
Even
main
if it hits a
Smithy
mirror image, it's gonna hit a mirror image with such fucking force. It's gonna be like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's your second warning shot, and this one was more of a warning.
Okay. Yeah, because warding weapon just makes it so she never takes attack of opportunity for casting. So, let me double check one other thing.
I don't know if mirror image works the same way, but isn't there still a chance that you hit her?
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a small chance against greater as you kill images, but it's a small chance.
Yeah.
Okay, because it was mentioned to me at a different game during the point where someone mentioned that National 20 still be an automatic hit. I was also double checking. It's like, no, you only hit regardless of the AC. Because some people were saying that 20 means you bypass any defenses. Some people play it that way, but it's like that's not rules written. That's never how I played. I just want to make sure I wasn't running it wrong. But
Yeah.
in any case, that's still going to be a potential crit. So her mirror image, let me get that. That's the only thing that'll potentially save her. But if you hit the real one, that's her head's most. Which, her head might not be exploded, but it might be. She's probably not down. Her baseline HP is 36 with 12 con, so 48.
It'd be 57 damage.
So it's not body destruction, but that would be a headshot into her brain. So, alright. Let's see.
Come on.
I'm trying to see where anything she has. Okay, there it is. Level 2. She's caster level 5. So mirror image. Should have factored it right when I casted it. I apologize for that. It's just one of those I usually worry, especially since you guys are going semi-social. So I was like, maybe I won't need it. It's being expensive. But all right,
You won't need
1d4
it.
plus
Blows
1
her
per
brain out.
3. So yeah, it's only a d4 plus 1. So she might have 2.
Come on.
So this is just to see how many she has. Okay, so she has 3 total. So it's on a d4. What's your lucky number, Nikki?
Oh, fuck me. 3?
All right,
I
roll a
believe in you.
d4.
I believe in you, Nikki.
Fuck.
Oh.
You see,
Can we-
it's
Could at least say, like, took a large chunk of wallet next to her head.
oh yeah, I mean, I imagine that's still like since it dealt 0 damage, since the mirror image is just fake, that it just like, I mean, 50 damage is enough that you blew off a sizable chunk of masonry with that shot.
The mirror image looks afraid in its last moments as it
I mean,
explodes.
Yeah, I was gonna favorite player as you literally see like an image of her get headshot, but another one appears next to her. She kind of looks and just like, holy fuck, even from her position of cover.
You're just like, I can do this all day.
But she is gonna cast her spell back, which is a touch attack as well. She has a widened scorching ray.
Ooh, spicy.
I love it.
Oh no.
Oh, god damn it.
Crit for crit.
This could be bad.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
oh, oh! I was like, no.
Yeah, Scorching Ray is gotta be pain spicy.
So, range touch. Every 4 level, so she has. Oh yeah, she actually has 2 of them. God damn. And
Thank God for that little bit of healing you got.
Ow.
Whoa.
oh wait, that should be 1 damage per die. So it's 4 less, 17. Yeah, because that was her.
Still spicy.
Yeah, that's still the spell. That's her one from the water, which means the second one's gonna have it, so I don't want it to hit. What's your current AC? Not including the cover.
I mean, I'm a wizard, so my AC is currently 16.
16, so 18 with the cover. Her range touch. So that's a 15, so she missed. The second one blasts out some of the wall. But still, yeah, you got scorched.
That I did.
Right. That goes on to Kelru. Yeah, as much as he sees you hurt, and then he could take that shot. He follows the order, and looks like they're actually firing at Sen and Merrick. So, yeah, he fires his pistol at him. Oh my.
What is with the crits tonight?
Ooh.
Owie.
So what you guys would see as we're sending Merrick standing near you as half of his skull gets blown off from that attack. He's not down, but for 32. So yeah, so that was 36 damage that he just tanked.
Ouch.
We can glue it back on. It's fine.
And he just has like one eye socket, and like the majority of the top half of his skull is just gone.
Just get in cover.
Honestly, that look kind of works for you.
That's the reanimated guy?
Yeah.
Can I heal him?
You'd
On
have
my
to-
turn, obviously.
You would have to use a harm, not a cure spell. Because cure
Yeah,
spells.
you need to flicked.
Here, let me heal you, disintegrates him. I'm so sorry.
I mean, at the same time, Mogram would be like, "Good, you ended the undead." It's just the.
Yeah, I'm kind of really going over some gray lines of my own morality about this one, boys.
It's fine.
All right. Char, have any orders or anything, or just staying there?
No, I just want him to stay in cover.
Okay. Yeah, which she is. Which goes on to Adori, which, yeah, she does what she said and moves over here to start working on the lock. Oh, damn it. Alright then. Still gonna take her some time, because that one's not a single action one. But you can tell that she's sitting, especially Ken in cover, but yeah, she's well aware she's exposed. But Griark.
Fuck. I mean, so it was that bitch in the back that fired at me?
Yes, the one with the pink hat. Not that her token has a pink hat.
Gotcha. And Gracious like, well, diplomacy has failed, so let's try violence. Swift action reload. I'm just gonna take a shot at her because, like, yeah, she fucked me up. Yeah, 20 versus touch.
Call lucky number on a D3.
I'm 3.
I mean, I probably should just go with my normal and say ones are hits and then just roll the die just for sake of simplicity. But lucky numbers are more fun.
That's a little bit of like feeling of power if you get it right.
Yeah.
Or knowing you chose your demise.
Yeah, like if I had said 4, like, fuck, why didn't I say 4?
Alright, so go ahead and roll me a D3. So a D6 and just cut it in half.
You just roll D3.
I think you had said 3.
Yeah, I said 3, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So that's another mirror image gone.
Just because I got a little bit stubborn, I mean, there's nothing saying I still have a move action, so I'm just 5 foot back here.
Yeah, because now you're in total cover and there's
Exactly. It's just like, there's no reason for me to stay there. I can 5 foot back next turn.
Yep, that's the benefit of that kind of cover versus the cover they have.
Also, I would yell at Merrick, like, seriously fucking get in cover.
I don't necessarily know fully what to do here, but I'm gonna 5 foot back to here to get out of that person's range, and also to leave some space. But I will yell out again, this time knowing how much time I have. I'll yell out, "All right, you've chosen where you die. Pick your god and pray. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes."
I mean, if you're 5 foot over there, wasn't that worth it? Sorry.
What are you doing for?
I'm just yelling at him again.
Okay.
Well, can I say something to
Yeah.
Claire?
Yeah.
Didn't they say that the keystone thing was on that side of the room that you're just 5'2"?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So
Probably.
you have an action.
If you put
cool.
if you put your hand on the keystone and say the command word, which you guys did find, which was the word for, and it was just simply the word Akat, because apparently this is one of the first 3 Akats created. And then that basically is the key phrase to program the Akat.
Ooh, okay. I want to do that.
Because you could basically 5 foot over, move action to open the secret door, and then you
Yeah.
could reach in and touch it.
Yeah, I touch it. Wait, where's the secret door? Where is it
Yeah,
at?
it's basically right here. It's 3
Okay.
foot wide. I mean, it's not a door; it's just a little cabinet, like half
Okay.
deep.
Merge with wall.
I mean, it's a very large. It looks to be like about a 2.5 foot cube, perfectly carved with runes that span over the sides, like kind of flowing lines. Looks to be hovering of its own accord.
Gotcha. So I put my hand on it, I say a cop, and then I can tell it what to do.
You can basically tell it what its priorities are, because like normally they're just supposed to maintain the building, but these ones turned into basically, destroy interlopers.
Do I have to, like, is it like a one-word phrase, or is it like a...
No.
Okay.
It's literally just a will. You just will it to do something, so you can say more than a couple words.
Cool,
just-
I'm going to will it and say, the 4 people who have attacked our party are now enemies, and they must be eliminated.
Okay.
That is my will. My will will be done.
Hmm.
That's it.
Which goes on to the Akat. Which, based on that one, then you do see as the Akat basically is still trying to attack at Theron Merrick. Because he's grabbing him.
Nah, shit.
Yeah, you might have forgotten something kind of important.
I'm not good at this game, guys.
He's unable to really attack him, as Theron Merrick seems to be superior in terms of melee strength, that he basically tries to break free and fails. Which means, yeah, so... Yeah, and his standard action to actually damage him doesn't hurt him either. However...
He is one of the 4 people here that has attacked the party.
Senenberg hasn't attacked us.
Didn't he? Oh, no,
No,
he talked
He's
to
never
it.
attacked us.
No, but the Akat has, so I mean the Akat might be self. But in any case, that wouldn't be an efficient use of its time, anyways.
Some real monkey's paw shit.
I mean, I don't know, because arguably the elf hasn't attacked either, so it's like it was definitely a loaded order for it, but it's fine. It's functional still, but there's something else that Theron Merrick's gonna do anyways. He is gonna try to direct it. Oh no, he's gonna have to just release him. He is gonna drop the Akat because he sees you touching it, and he has no idea what you commanded it. So he just releases it, even though it. But he is going to activate his Vengeance Strike because he just got attacked.
Oh, yeah.
So he has some fun with that. So yes, I end it here.
I feel like that breaks. Yeah, that's probably going to break whatever protection they might have had.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he said. If they can't strike them unless they struck him first.
Yeah, and they just nearly killed him, which, granted, it's like, Azaz is right there and might hurt him, but you do see one thing that's not great for this in terms of things, but... And even then, as he goes to activate that, you'd see as there's just this binding of what seems to be a black... Not so much chain, but like cord that's just kind of rhymed with glowing silver that seems to be shining out from interior. It seems to bind from him to Kelru. But it's kind of half blown of head, looks back to you, and just it's in your care. And he is going to step over. Let's see, nothing can impede him. So as he walks towards, and you see as he just actually steps through the bars, he doesn't pass through the bars. It just seems as if they crumple like cardboard. As they just seem to bend over him. It seems like nothing can really stop him, even to the point as he actually just
Martha Stewart.
pushes over the pillar right there.
My cats use pretty litter.
It is damaging his place, but it seems that he's willing to do that in order to step right up on him. And then he will activate his once a day, so he can treat the first. He can treat a die roll as a d20, which could save his life, but that's not his concern.
And-
He is going to try.
SRD just started playing an ad with sound. Fucking.
Oh. So he can treat his first roll as a natural 20, which means he's going to potentially automatically crit Kelru.
Cool.
The best of rolls, but he is not terrible with accuracy. And this would be his own. Ooh, Kelru's only a 16. Rolling up to him. His spear, he adds 10 baseline. He will be using his destructive smite, so that increases his damage by 2. And that does multiply on a crit. So that will confirm. That's a ×3 on. So that's a +1 weapon. So that goes 5, 6. How much is he adding? Should do. That would be +9. That's 14 × 3. Kelru does not have any defenses and was prior wounded, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be a dead Kelru. Kelru has 20 hit points. So that
Ooh.
actually, with his damage, oh, well, that'd be 30 with the increase, but his con is only 10. Yeah, that's still body destruction. So you'd see as he actually steps up to him and pushes that out of the way as Kelru recoils back and gets his scimitar ready, but then he just takes the spear and shoves it through the bottom of his jaw and pops the top of his head off.
Ouch.
Which one was Kelru?
The guy right next to him, I imagine.
Yeah, the one right in front of him. The Inquisitor, the one that had the flaming pistol.
He wasn't the 16-year-old, was he?
No. 16-year-old's right next to him, but he was the one that 16-year-old seemed to like, but he just ended him.
They were warned.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of sympathy for these guys.
Sarik, it is your turn. Does mean that this is open here.
Yeah, I was trying to end this peacefully, but since that's not going to be the case, I guess it's time to end it the other way. Let's see. Dwarf gang only have 20 foot of movement, so move to there, and then so do I'm sorry, once again I had to AFK for a second because like the new phone I've been telling you guys about just got in here, so I've been setting that up. Do I get the impression this guy is going to try and kill this guy?
He seemed to wait for Kelru and went right for Kelru. I would allow a knowledge religion because what he did was just a religious, a higher level undead effect than the baseline skeletal champion.
Dirty 20.
You would know that that's because Kelru hit him. Like he's still under the same compunction. Just because they're allied, he can't attack the others. So
Okay, so I don't need to worry about Kelru harming that. I'm basically just I don't care about the rest of the party necessarily. I don't really want to kill the mercenary or the young kid. So
most like you would know that the thing that you saw him do as far as the all-seeing eye, that is a higher level devotee ability for the martial. Basically, it means that he was once a very high level sentinel of Nethys, because it's basically it treats him as having true strike, but he can do it as a free action.
right, okay.
You can only do that once a day if that's what that was.
I need to check a range real quick.
Or actually, it's not true strike because it's treated as a natural 20, which is different to true strike. Also, otherwise overlooked spell for countering for people who hate mirror image. Because true strike bypasses it.
True strike's good for certain occasions, yeah.
People often forget that and then lament mirror image being overpowered, and it's like, True Strike. Apply a something that would get rid of the mirror images.
So you said people on the battlefield right now have the shaken effect?
Yes, all the enemies have shaken.
Oh, all of them do. Okay.
Because Hobbs is a scary bastard, and they have it for another 2 rounds.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm not like trying to take forever.
Oh, you're good.
I need to be careful about what we're doing here. I will. Okay. I don't want to hurt the merc or the boy because I'm fairly certain they'll lay down arms, but that elf needs to go. I know she's got
She's down to like what, 1 or 2 images at this point.
Yeah,
Elf is the
I think just
mercenary.
one. Oh,
The elf is the mercenary.
oh,
Valerian is...
bitch.
I'm sorry. I'm not using the right terminology. I'm talking about this one, her client.
Okay. Yeah, Valerian... I mean, yeah, Valerian is human.
That's my bad. That's me misinterpreting. I apologize. I don't really have the ability to attack in 1 turn ranged unless I want to throw a shield at her. Actually, it's not true. I will actually this turn I will cast hedging weapons.
Okay.
And I'll actually use my abjuration pool stuff about it so I can cast it for free this once.
Okay.
So until I decide to throw it, the floating weapon around me gives me a +1 to my AC due to deflect.
Nice. Alright, Dev.
Okay. Yeah, I will move myself down here as soon as I can. And 5:30. Will Chard cover me?
Cover
Yeah.
me is kind of a
Well,
complex one.
guard me. Sorry.
Okay.
Um.
Yeah, mentions right there and growling at the nearest not friend.
And I'm going to cast Find Favor on myself, actually. That's my evocation spell, so it is a freebie. Good. Just so I can get it down correctly. It was no damage per die. Is there a caster level increase or anything on that, or just...
Yeah, 1 caster level, and then
Okay.
1 to the DCs.
Alright,
And that's just for
that'll-
24 hours. That's on all your evocation.
All evocation. Gotcha.
You only get 1 damage per die on the first evocation you cast of the day.
Gotcha. Okay. Alright, so that just informs how much my Divine Favor does. I'm good.
Zaz had already used his, and Kelru's was an evocation, so. Alright. Yeah, since you told him to guard, he's not going to attack, even though he thinks he's about to get bit as he starts stumbling back for cover over here. Kind of hides in that corner though, but he does go to fire out a spell. Okay, let me double check his. I can check his combat morale. I don't think he stops if Kelru dies. No, he likes Kelru. Okay. So yeah, he's seeing Kelru go down. He looks just utterly mortified, and then you can see him just kind of like his eyes squinting with tears as he kind of goes back and then pulls out his hand and just kind of glaring. But does look like he's going to cast a spell.
Yep, I can't stop it.
So you would see as a ball of fire manifests just shortly right before Sen and Merrick, and then rushes into him. Ooh, but misses. Oh wait, Flaming Sphere save, otherwise that's a problem. I forget if that's an attack roll or save.
I think it just moves into them.
Yeah, I think that means that would be a save.
Reflex negate. There's a chance. Did he roll a save or?
Well, that's what the natural one was.
Oh, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, so sure enough, as the ball ricochets and goes into him, Sen and Merrick scatters into a pile of bones that all begin to incinerate at a rapid pace. Seems like
Yeah.
only the spear and a little bit is left as he is disintegrated.
Well, fuck.
Otherwise, Kelru's body still on its feet, just slumping to slumping to the ground. But otherwise, Valeriana. Yeah, at that point, she and then just says, "Focus on the lizard." She seems to be directing him.
There's,
I mean, you guys.
there's two of us.
Yeah. Well, she's pointing at you.
Yeah.
Sure enough, as she's pointing at you. Let's see, does she have another one of those? I think she does. Yep. So she seems to be drawing energy out of her staff, and then it goes down to her hand, and you'd see a pair of scorching rays springs out.
That'll be another crit.
The night for him. She adds a total of, let's see, is that within 30 feet? 10, 20, no, just out of the range, okay. So she adds, that's a 9, that's not going to confirm. But that is going to hit for 4d6 fire. No add on this one. But for 9 fire on Dev, excuse me. And then the second one. Fucking A, man.
What the fuck? Testicular anomalies happening here tonight, folks.
12 I don't think is going to hit on touch.
I have a
This is all from
15.
the. This is all from the mirror image person.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's got to go down ASAP.
I mean, trying.
What do you say? 12 on touch.
No, that's what it would have hit him on, but he has higher.
Oh, thank God.
But in any case, the second one doesn't confirm, but that is going to be another 46 points of fire damage for another 11. All right. So, yeah, and Char had moved up, but as a reaction to that, because he did have another one, he would at least be able to move up. Actually, he could do a single action charge. Because you were told to guard, and you just got shot. Gotta double check 1 feet to see if how this works.
Mhm.
Okay, nope. Yeah, so you'd see as the elf seems to look after that kind of with an expression, but can't do anything, and she's busy with her hands on the locking mechanism. What's Char's modifier?
Attack is +4.
6 with the charge, so 18. Potential of a hit. So we'll say 1 and 2 are hits. Go ahead and roll me a damage roll. So he manages to get through the mirror image. And then trip attempt. Okay.
Not so much.
And all be winners. Alright, so next up is Adori. Yeah, she tries to shout for Valeriana to get back. She's like, go out the other way. But just kind of gets kind of a venomous, it's locked. But she sighs and gives up on that one as she goes to move away. I imagine Char would bite at even Adori at this point. They're not really going to distinguish.
I suppose. She hasn't attacked any of us.
No, but I mean, she's with them. With the
Yeah.
dog. Which is going to miss.
Yeah.
So she gives up on that one. As you would see, as it looks like the lock kind of grinds. As it seems to grind back, that lock seems very complex. So the fact that she was getting it open is something. But 5, 10, 15.
Are they trying to evade like out that other gate?
I mean,
I think they're trying to get further in.
Well, they're trying to go out that right gate, though, right? Like they're trying to get away from us.
that's what she was working on. But now she's triggering attacks for opportunity. As Adori moves up over to the left side of this gate. And you'd see, Dev, you can see as there's another spot there that she immediately goes to work on. This one does take only a standard, so she might be able to pop it. Which she does. Yeah, so that door does spring open. And she tries to motion for the boy to... She tries to motion for Azaz to run. And she tells him, just save yourself, kid. But, he just... and she's still with that same very soft tone. But otherwise, the kid just shakes his head and just kind of points an angry finger towards the others. He looks infuriated that Kaoru's dead. But... Otherwise, you do see Valeriana. She's kind of looking towards it. Just the... You two hold them off. As she seems to be getting ready to move, like, kind of basically moving that direction away from Char. She has absolutely no compunction about leaving the kid here. Griark.
Yeah, well, she's coming after all of us, so...
I mean,
Yeah.
technically, well, we'll see. Anyways,
I got
I mean,
shit on.
Greer's gonna come back here and like peek around, probably see what happened to Merrick, just be like, fucking, like, what the fuck? And then it's just gonna be fucking, nope, this bitch gotta die. Fortunately, I can't add much more pizzazz to my stuff. I don't think 11's gonna hit.
Explain that.
Me.
Sorry, hon.
It is what it is.
Hobbs.
I'm going to take my turn to redo my thing because I feel like I fucked up. And I'm just going to specifically say the woman with the pink hat needs to be eliminated and stopped immediately.
So I assume that then you're also clearing other orders?
Yes, I'm clearing other orders. Those are the new orders. Woman with the pink hat needs to be stopped at all costs.
Okay. You would have still a standard action if you want to move somewhere else. Or you could wait and see what it does, make sure you got it right if you want, but you wouldn't be able to see if he goes somewhere else.
I'll just move up to... Do I have my full movement?
Yeah. It's just, you just reach out and touch it with the hand.
Then I'm just gonna move to like right here so I can look around the corner.
Okay. Yeah, and sure enough, you'd see as it even the little kind of cutout of the thing it took off the wall kind of gives like a little bit of a nod towards you. as it turns right after yours, as it steps into the wall. And then in the same step, you'd see it almost, as it seems, the wall's still bare, like it took the drawing with it. And then you'd see as the drawing steps out right out of the pillar right here. And it's going to basically try to grab her.
Yeah, she's the only bad one. It's a kid and someone who I think we can turn. So
Oh, gets her flat-footed. So still mirror image, so 1 and 2. There's a hit. Okay, so it's not able to grab, but it does manage to land a slam. So with the plus 6 damage, so 9 damage on her. As it suddenly just comes out, and she just looks surprised as the very pillar comes out, and probably as she kind of gives a glance in the direction of Tariq in the room as she realizes what just happened, but as it just basically slams into her and tries to grab her by the scruff of her cape, but then she rips it free.
can she see a flaming middle finger from around the corner?
I mean, sure.
Great. Right. I'll be right back at the storm.
Okay. Tariq.
So is that thing just going to start killing her, or what's going on?
He said she has to be stopped by any means, so it would stop her.
Okay. If that's the case, I'm going to... Hold on, let me look up command.
Not that you know that, I mean, because Schema did such, he had to touch it and think it, so you didn't hear him say that. That's meta, but yeah.
No, I mean, you're fine. It doesn't change what I'm doing either way. I don't want her to escape. She is the corpse I want in this room, actually. Yeah, I'm actually going to... how far is this? 1 sec. So we are level what? 3? We're level 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to move for this to be in range. So... Can I occupy this space? There's like a fireball in it.
You can, but then you'll have to save against the fireball.
Oh, there isn't actually a fireball there. Okay.
There is an actual fireball. It's a rolling fireball known as a flaming sphere.
Oh, okay. I probably shouldn't be near that, but it's fine. I'm actually... I'm going to move just past Dev to right here.
Okay.
Should I not?
I do what you gotta do.
Now that I'm there, I'm going to command approach on this one here. I don't want her getting through that gate.
Okay.
So I've already used all my 3rd levels. Do I have any? Do I have my 1/4 level left? I really want this to work. I have 1/4 level because of bonus spells. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna cast my only 4th level slot for this. So save of 18, command approach.
Okay. Seven. Ooh, rolled the 2. She failed.
Cool. She can only approach me. She says subject moves towards me as quickly and directly as possible for 1 round. They can do nothing else except for move on its turn, and it provokes.
Nice. Yeah, and there's 2 threatening things right next to her. All right, Dev.
Yeah. I can't. I don't think I can charge anymore, but I will move up there.
Oh, that's why you said it. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know that you charged in this system. I'm sorry.
And attack with my Morning Star.
Well, it's 1 mirror image.
I have a +3 attack and damage with my Divine Favor.
Nice. So that's a hit. So I guess I'll just handle that one. The high ones are the mirror image. Nope, you got a hit. So 15 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Top of the 12 she has puts it at 27. still standing. Zaz is next. I assume that's everything.
That's all.
He's gonna try to help her. Yeah, so he'll send a move action to fling the ball towards you. So I need a reflex save from you, Deckle. Which, yeah, this one's not a save half, it's a save for all, so no damage. You would hear from her, she's actually just kind of perfect. You're blocking me up! And then as the spell starts taking hold, she can't talk anymore. Seems like she's pissed that I just realized that. But otherwise, standard, he just. But he still has a standard. What does he have? Pickle, I know you use that one. Ear piercing scream. That's a will save, right? Or is that a fort?
It's fort.
I know only one person hears it, so I think he's probably gonna target Sarik. Powerful scream. Inaudible except to 1. Fortitude partial. Okay, so yes, I do need a fortitude save from you, Sarik. As you suddenly hear this ear piercing scream as he tries to shout to try to slow you down.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You resist, which is partial, yes.
Half damage.
So his caster level is 3, so that's still gonna only be every 2, so that's still only 1d6. So for 2 damage, and then nothing else. Sonic, if that matters.
Nope.
Alright, so she can't pass through the other ways, but she can try to squeeze. The only one that can squeeze is the south, so she's going to trigger from all 3 of those. And she goes basically down here to try to squeeze through here, because that's the only path past.
That's what I like to hear.
So in order of the one, Char first, then the Aket, then Dev. I guess no Char. The Aket with a +9. Ooh, 14's not gonna hit. Fuck. Dev!
Yeah. So with +2
Get her.
attack and damage, probably miss.
Oh god, yeah, geez, we all missed. Still, she might not get out. So, Escape Artist triggers from Char. Char gets another one.
I don't think he has combat root.
Okay. Ooh, she does get through it. And 15, that's going to need half of her movement speed, so another 15. So, yeah. She'll take her 2 movement actions. She walks right up to you. And that's her turn before finally then she can talk. Which then she just kind of freaks and just. She just simply says to Dory, if I die, you get nothing. She's trying to. But it is Char's turn.
Yeah. She's still the one that attacked me. Well, no, actually. I mean, technically the guy attacked me last, but. That's a you call. I don't know.
For what?
For what Char does. Because they both attacked me.
I mean, Char would go after the nearest one. I mean, I can't imagine the dog would go after the far one just because, like, it's not a fucking devil.
Yeah.
And so he's just gonna go after her. The charge.
Char sucks.
Does he get any bonuses because of flanking?
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's not gonna hit.
that's probably gonna be yeah.
Yeah, because she's a 17, so she's been hard to hit so far. But
What if we talk really excitedly about the 8? Would that?
you want an 8, buddy? Do you want to go on an 8? And he's just a wagon. No, just kidding. No, that's gonna miss, unfortunately. I just imagine this poor elf is like, God fucking damn it. I don't know, Crix. You talk about like having to. Do you ever have like a client this bad?
Not anything like this. Well, no, not anything like this.
Yeah, she's gonna try to get her out. Probably the most inaudible sigh you've ever heard in your life as you just see this look in her face like, God fucking damn it. But she'll move down here. She'll spend a swift action to aid her AC. And then she'll spend her standard in order to try to reposition her.
Does any of that provoke?
Reposition does not. That's why she's doing. She's basically grabbing her and trying to basically turn her body in a defensive way. She does have to succeed at a combat maneuver that she can't willingly not take. Because if she fails the combat maneuver, it still happens, but then it provokes. So it's basically she's trying to grab her and kind of do the whole like bodyguard turn to basically put her on the north side of her. But it's more risky because if she fails, then it doesn't do anything, and potentially it just leads to her dying. But she did just increase her AC by 2 with an 8 another. Actually more than 2 since she's a skilled bodyguard, but don't let it be her end. So, first combat maneuver check from Midori, which she's not really great at. Better at countering attacks.
Not detracting or trying to, anyways. Can you be like a skilled bodyguard in this game?
Yes.
Is that like a thing?
I'll tell you the thing I went to stop to look at is she has in harm's way. So if she has spent an action to aid her someone's AC, she can then make herself the target.
Oh,
Hey,
what?
Rio. Thank you for the earwiggles.
I'm gonna bug you about this some other time.
Yeah, it's fun. It's basically she would grab her and then she becomes the target for the attack, and they basically change squares because she has a better level version where then it also works for area and attack spells. So Midori is quite good, but it's also just she's also not thrilled to be here and hasn't been treated the best by these guys. So, but she's also exceptionally disciplined. So bad trait for her. In any case, combat maneuver. She only had 7. Natural 1. All right, she triggers from you in charge. She basically goes to try to spin her away, but instead makes an opening for both of you.
Would the attack be on the mercenary as opposed to her client?
No, it'd be on the client because the client's the one that's triggering.
Okay.
She's basically considered grappled because there's a little bit of AC, but that aid counters that.
I really don't like her client. Otherwise, I was gonna ask to burn my. If it was on her, I was gonna ask to burn my reaction to offer her a better payment. However, if it's on a client, I want that corpse. So.
I mean, you could always. I would allow you to offer that at some point. I mean, you can.
I'm gonna wait for it to be my full turn. I want that person dead. Actually, I really do.
Then take your attack.
So that's a quick little 3 damage.
Yeah, you do, and that one actually is gonna land because even with the AC loss, but the aid, that's gonna end up equaling out. But yeah, out of character, you knew what it is. But so yeah, that one she's gonna continue, and she basically just twists her shoulder and just kind of exhales a bit louder as she takes the blow for her client. But so she does still manage to put her up there. But then Midori takes 3 damage. As thematically, she tries to just shove her away as she just kind of looks back towards you, like doesn't even look pissed. She just kind of like she's expecting that she's gonna get swarmed now.
This is complicated. I don't think I have a direct line of sight to where works that pillar.
Pillar got crushed, didn't it?
Oh, that's right. The
Yeah.
pillar's knocked over, so I still have line of sight. Okay.
It's basically a hole. The pillar is still hanging from the roof, but it's no longer supporting anything. Basically,
Gotcha.
8-foot gap that just shoved over by Saren Merritt.
I mean, at this point, Gary's kind of pissed. If I go prone, you said there's I get a bonus to shooting.
Yes.
So Grisha's going to come out here out of cover so they can go prone and get a bonus.
Yeah, it's basically you diving out and diving prone and then taking a shot.
Yeah. Because Griok wants them dead. So something to touch. 24, 26, I can't remember.
It's a +4. It's actually quite. Or no, it's a +1 when you. Never mind. It's a +4 for something else. I believe.
I'm assuming that hits, so.
There's still the mirror image up. So
Ah, fuck, we
sorry,
haven't got rid of
I hate-
that.
I hate doing that to you because like I know it makes
Alright.
you hit.
Thank God.
All right, so for 12 damage.
Yeah, we haven't got rid of it because we've been hitting her.
Yeah, you activate hurting her.
Imagine if
Only
I just
one.
one shot her at the beginning of the combat. That was
Oh, that
so
would've
much nicer.
I mean, imagine the rest of them would have been like, oh well, fuck that. I mean, Kelver probably not, but the others would have been able to been like, are you serious, dude? But all right, let me double check her HP, but I think that's her down. Two. Oh, that's the player copy. GM copy. That is 12, 13. Okay, no, she's up a bit. Adori would, if Adori knew, she'd feel a little accomplished.
Well, just in case it matters, I am technically within point blank range. So that'd be one more damage if that makes any difference.
Unfortunately not, but
Okay. I just realized I'm like, what if?
alright. Hobbs.
How far am I able to move while still casting the spell?
Your full movement?
Oh, lovely. I thought like, I don't know, I thought you could only move like 5 feet or something.
Oh,
if
they're
you're also casting the spell.
Separate actions. It depends on if it's a full round action, yeah.
Yeah, if you're trying to cast like a summon or something that says 1 round, that one takes a full round action. If you want it done on your turn, you need to not move.
No,
but-
standard action.
Yeah, then you have your full movement.
Cool. I'm gonna go bop. To here. I'm going to look at her dead in the eye, and you said, I only have 1 spell, and to make it count, so let's try. And I'm going to extend both hands forward, my hair flares up, and I'm burning hands.
That'll entirely bypass mirror image.
Shit.
I was waiting for someone to use that. That's funny. It's like, oh, AoE's fucked their day.
I'm
Alright.
making it so it's not going to hit the protector. I'm literally just hitting it so it's her and then off to the side.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, if you're, I mean, I know you're gonna knock her unconscious. It's more just the.
So if I don't necessarily know how this works because I'm just now learning I have higher level spell slots than I thought I did. If I cast it at a 3rd level spell slot, how much extra damage does that do? Because I want to fucking roast this bitch.
I won't do any extra damage, but it will increase the DC by 2.
Oh, okay. Sorry, still learning.
You want to do that? You may.
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Let's do it.
And what's your DC for that spell? If it's
DC
level.
would be 16 total.
Okay, so it'd be going up by 2 since you're increasing up DC. So.
Well,
yeah.
DC is 14. I added in.
Okay, you already added it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
well, in either case, she's failing. So the reflex
Lovely.
is actually her garbage save.
So, oh god. So, what caster? I'm 3rd level caster or 2nd level caster?
Third, but
If you're full, if you haven't multi-classed, you're 3rd.
Alright, 3d4.
you get an
But
extra.
you're also.
yeah.
Yeah, because you also have +1 DC because that's an evocation spell. Then you drank out of the thing. So, then you have +1 caster level, so you're rolling 4d6 points of damage plus 4,
Isn't it 44?
or 4d4 plus 4. I saw. Sorry.
Yes, you're good. Alright. Not the most I could do, but
Wait, Hubs. Do you naturally
yeah,
add?
I'm Hobbs. I'm Hobbs.
Yeah. Do you
I-
naturally add damage per die on fire?
Yes.
Oh yeah. How much do you add normally?
I think it's 1 extra point per die rolled, so that's
Okay, so
plus
another
extra
4. Yeah, so that's 15.
Yeah.
Well, then that negates that one then, because not only is she down, she's dead. I would normally ask how you want to do this, but there's still a kid here trying to find Joe as he's watching all of his friends. What he thinks of his friends die as he just tears in his eyes, trying his best to keep casting spells.
Don't be a hero.
But that does put her down to 2 points below death.
That's it.
The Athok just stops moving.
Oh, thank God.
Or the Athok's a different creature. Sarik.
I want to turn to the mercenary, and then I want to, as calmly as possible, just how much was she offering you? We don't want to fight you or the kid. We didn't want this to go this way anyways, but that person clearly has led you to your folly. I'm more than willing to pick up her contract exactly where she left it, plus interest, plus some severance. So this doesn't have to end with you and your companion dying. You are outmatched. You are outnumbered. This will end in your death. Please see reason.
She just kind of quietly raises a hand and nods and raises a singular hand, and she even says quietly to you, she's just like, and just simply spare the boy. Even though that was entirely your intent, you can tell that she doesn't want to see him dead either.
We don't want to. He's not dying here today. That's not happening.
But all the same, Azaz, like though, just kind of hisses out at Adori. They killed him, but a traitor. He's just. It's clear he's upset, but Adori just kind of glares back at him, but not so much in anger, just kind of like it's clear she's trying to cow him down. But otherwise, simply she just kind of over her shoulders, like, we can speak on money.
Let's speak on money after we get out of here. In the meantime, could you possibly calm down your companion before my companions have to defend themselves?
She's going to try that on her next turn, but you are showing combat because Azaz is still trying to fight. So
is that my standard then? All that?
I mean, I was just going to let you
that's fair.
do it. No, I was just going to let you do it. You can do what you want. You want to do something else?
I was just going to command him to drop and just have him drop everything in his hands.
Okay.
What spell slots do I have left? I will burn a second level spell slot, so save is 16. He'll probably pass, but nah.
6. Yeah, he passed.
It was worth a shot. I don't want to hurt him. I was just hoping to disarm him.
Yeah, he has a wand in his hand. You don't know what it does outright. I know Griark knows what it does, but Dev?
Yeah, he's still got a dangerous spell out, and I don't know what he's going to do, so I'm going to charge him for a non-lethal hit with my Morningstar.
It's a good call. It's a concentration spell, so if you manage to damage him, he might lose the spell.
And let's see, I'm still getting the +3 attack and damage and a charge bonus, so that'll help me with the -4, I think, for non-lethal.
Which will hit.
So for 14.
So applied. He lets out a rather stern as you hit him real hard. He's still up, but he's not doing great.
Stop it.
You know, as you kind of hit him, he just kind of lets out just kind of a growl and just kind of, as he goes to motion the sphere. As you see it come rocketing across the field towards your back.
Did he concentrate?
Oh, thank you for that. 14. Concentrates. 5 plus half damage, so 7, 12. Ooh, rolled an 11. I think he adds more than 1. Yeah, it's 5. Yes. So yes. So reflex save, please. And no, this isn't gonna fly past and hit him for some messy thing because it stops in the first square regardless of whether they save. But you save, no damage.
Yeah, that would be funny though if he just got out of the way and it smoked him.
We can't do a Spider-Man Green Goblin situation.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, what's up? I heard it. Oh.
the Green Goblin thing.
Oh, the last words, yeah.
Just
It's just like, oh right, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, as much as she could go over and try to grab him, she knows that the magic's out. That could be problematic. you hear her quietly say something just simply to the fact of just that if you think this is hurting you, you are the child. And then you see as she reaches behind to basically try to just pommel strike him with her Kopesh. She's just gonna try to knock him out.
Beat the shit out of this kid.
I mean, he's whipping around a lethal spell. She's
Yes.
the exact same reason Dev said. It's all right. So her Kopesh, 8+4. Yeah, which she only has 4 hit points left anyways, so he's unconscious. So he's brought down, and the flaming sphere winks out.
Can't concentrate when you're unconscious.
Twitch then, probably starting with you guys, she just kind of holds on to like the edge of it, but like releases the grip of the sword. He did draw it to do that, but then just shows that yeah, she's not trying to.
So we're out of initiative, right?
Yes, you are out of initiative.
We don't need to worry about that Akon at all anymore.
No, it is literally just staying still, just standing, kind of staring off in the direction that she was standing.
Right?
Awesome. As long as we don't have to worry about him, that's fine.
It was trying to stop a person who's dead.
Okay. So what was the mercenary's name?
This one was Adori. Idorii.
Hidori, I hope you don't mind, but I imagine after we wake up your friend, he's not going to be particularly happy. So I'm not robbing him, but I am going to disarm your friend for a while. If you want, you can hold on to his things. I don't care who holds on to it.
Yeah, she would maybe not be eager to that, but she would offer to do that when she's.
Yeah, I'm gonna Deb, if you don't mind, I'm gonna stand where you're standing. I'm just gonna disarm this boy because I want to channel energy and heal everybody.
Okay.
She does quietly speak, and she's like, not to sound, or not to look a gift in the mouth, but I do very much need them.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
She just kind of, and she's quiet voice. I won't be quiet so that I translate, but she's like not to sound like I'm like. I forget what I said, but she's like not to sound terribly greedy, but I do very much need the money.
And you will get it.
Just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna, I want to take his holy symbol and I want to take his any weapons or attached to his belt, things like
I'll
that.
tell you what he has on his person. He does have. Let's see, flaming spear.
I'm not really wanting to chart these. If someone else wants, I'm genuinely gonna give these back after he calms down, assuming he does.
Yeah, he has a couple of scrolls, quite a few of them actually. He has 2 wands, one that he dropped out of his hand when he went unconscious, the other one. And this isn't all of his stuff, I'm just like, so don't write it down now if you guys do end up getting this stuff. He does have a spell book, he has a wooden holy symbol, so you do manage to take that off it.
Don't forget his components.
Yeah, I'm
he
gonna
does
take his
have a
component
spell
bag.
pouch, and then has a club and daggers.
Yep, taking all that stuff, and I'm just gonna kind of bundle it up, and then I'll put it in my bag. Actually, just for now, just for safekeeping, and then I'll turn to Adori and just be like, "Okay, how much was your contract?"
Equal share of the loot minus any, minus the relic they were here for, and then 1,000 gold signing bonus.
Okay, we're gonna need to make a different contract.
She kind of hangs her head at that, but otherwise just gives a quiet nod.
I mean, we have money.
We do have money, but you said how much of the total take?
An equal share.
I will
So
say.
a fifth or a fourth.
I mean, what loot have you all found down here?
The way they do it is they catalog everything and then work to take the most efficient and
So you haven't
expensive for-
collected yet.
She shakes her head.
Who has the
Our-
catalog?
Usually Valriana kept it.
Yeah, to that extent, I'm going to her charred corpse and starting to rifle through it.
She does suddenly recoil her foot, and she almost stomps down it, but then she stops. As you see a little phasing out of invisibility, a little scorpion.
Ah.
It's like, Zazu, stop. he will be fine, but not. But it does try to sting her. Looks like the little, his scorpion familiar is trying to defend its. But it looks like it went for her.
I will say, while rifling through the charred corpse, I'll say, just like, while still looking, I'll just say, I will apologize for having to kill your friends. One of them was more necessary than the other, but you did the right thing. Like
She
I said,
kind of just. She places her fingers on her elbows and kind of gives a little bit of a shrug. She's like, I sound heartless saying this, but they weren't my friends. They were just simply clients.
She's
The boy
hired.
was nice.
I respect that. And
You do see that there's a small thing that's next to her head that seems to have, where she was kind of followed by light. You don't know what it was, but you do see that there's a little, what you'd recognize as an ion stone that seems to be kind of dull and gray, but you didn't notice it around her at first. I'd say commonplace identity because you'd recognize as an iron torch. She also has 2 wands, as well as 1, 2, 3, 4 scrolls. She also has what looks to be an apple clad in gold. She has a light crossbow with 10 bolts, a dagger. She has what looks like masterwork bracers that look particularly thick. She has a backpack, or excuse me, a masterwork backpack. Outfit, opponent pouch, and a decently thick spellbook.
Is this the dead chick or the mercenary?
Yes, that's Valeriana.
Is somebody actually
Yeah.
getting this written down?
No, I was not. I heard Ironstone, thick spellbook, thick bracers.
Okay, I'm gonna go from the top.
Okay.
This one's gonna need. So you have an unknown magical golden apple. Since you have read magic in the party, I'll just read these off. You have a scroll of charm person, a scroll of invisibility, a scroll of magic missile, and a scroll of warding weapon. You have a wand of scorching ray with 4 charges, a wand of shield with 8 charges, a dagger, a light crossbow with 10 bolts, magical bracers, needs identifying, an ion torch, masterwork backpack, explorer's outfit, signet ring, silver holy symbol of Nethys, a spell component pouch, and a spellbook. Has all level 0 wizard spells, including the rare ones. But then it also has quite a few other level 1 spells. If anyone does end up subscribing from it, I can get you that list.
I've got it down roughly on the loot list.
I got as much as I could, but I missed a few.
It's
I mean, I want people don't freak out too much. VODs are a thing.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Is I've got it roughly down the loot list. I've already marked where we are in the timestamp. I'm gonna go back through tomorrow and actually chart it.
I got a decent much, but I know I missed like a wand and something else in there.
Did you want me to go through Kelru while we're at it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will tell you one that Adori would be able to point out because it's been getting used a lot, and they've used this many charges over their dungeons. But she would immediately point out there's a wand of Cure Light Wounds, and she knows there's 26 charges left on it because she's been keeping track. He also has 2 scrolls of Bless, a scroll of Cure Moderate Wounds, a scroll of Effortless Armor, a scroll of Hold Person, a scroll of Magic Weapon, a scroll of Sound Burst, 2 Alchemist Fire, 2 Holy Water, Gale Mail, a Masterwork Quarterstaff, a pistol with 18 bullets. Oh wait, he doesn't have a Masterwork Quarterstaff. He has a Masterwork Scimitar. I apologize. I have to replace that with that. He has an Ever-Burning Torch, spell component pouch, and a wooden holy symbol of Nethys, and 29 gold pieces. I would say, since you're examining these, and they are quite singed, but unless you guys let him burn intentionally, or let her burn intentionally, I'd say, the scrolls that you're finding are very clearly looted from that library. The fact that she thought that they weren't looted, like, Adori doesn't seem to have noticed. They may have, you don't know how that all went down, so maybe they did it without, and didn't tell her that's where they were from.
Do we find the catalog on her though, of just like all the loot?
There is no catalog because she kept it in her head.
Fair enough.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Oh well. Okay, Adari, listen. The reason I'm saying that we have to make you a new contract is because even at the best end, there's already 4 of us, which means even at the most fair that we could give you would be a 5th instead of a 4th, right?
She holds up a finger and she's like, an equal share means based on who you're with, not how many. It wasn't 25% of it. It was 25% because there were 4, and if we needed to fetch up a 5th person, I would lose a portion.
Right. Another thing, not entirely just my call. Let me and my companions talk for a moment. We're not going to do you any harm in any way, shape, or form. So, let us speak for a minute, come to terms. Okay, just hang out for a little bit. Meanwhile, I don't know how upset your friend is going to be, but I can imagine pretty upset. I know I just disarmed him. Also going to manacle him so I can heal him and not be worried about him running away or getting a weapon and trying to hurt us. Okay?
She's
So,
currently holding Zazu by the tail. She looks at you like, I don't suppose any of you has a glass jar.
My
Somebody
cage
should.
is back at the inn, sorry.
actually, I do. For whenever we were transporting the sand out of that first dungeon, I still have one. I have one of those clay jars.
I have a
So she'd
fucking
hold-
board on my back.
To which she would hold out Zazu to basically be caged.
I'll put him in a jar and lid it and kind of set it off on the ground somewhere away from me.
Imagine, like, during all this, Griok's just kind of on the floor, like, collecting up what remains of Merrick's body.
Poor guy.
I really want to talk to Griok about that. But meanwhile, anyways, I'm going to handcuff this kid and then kind of sit him up in a semi-comfortable position on the wall. And then after he's handcuffed and up against the wall, I'm actually going to go ahead and channel energy and heal everybody. For another 6.
Which does wake him back up, but he kind of glowers at you with a kind of a blackened eye, and he doesn't say anything, but just kind of pouts. Doesn't look like he's trying to start shit.
I know, kid.
Shimoto is just kind of like, you didn't kill that. But then he stops and he looks right towards the jar, and to anyone with any points in north, he knows that, yeah, he can basically feel where his familiar's at, as he was worried that his familiar died.
He's fine.
Look, we're not going to hurt you, your familiar, or this person here. Just try to not act crazy. We definitely got off on the wrong foot. I'm aware we killed 2 of your comrades, but to be fair, you are trespassing and you are stealing.
I mean, we killed one of them. The other one, he got into that.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I understand your point of view that you're very angry and upset. I'm very sorry. Just let me try to unring this bell, okay? Just give us a couple minutes.
Killed my friend.
And then, yeah, I think we should just kind of like group up and then talk about how we should proceed now that we have like a handcuffed 16-year-old and a mercenary.
I mean, depending on what we find, we may have to give it over or deal with the Pharasmans is what they want, but I'm fine with sharing our profits. She can help us. It looks like it's going to be quite a trick to get through the next section.
But she nods, and she's, the lock is exceptionally complicated, and I've been spending the better part of the day trying to learn it.
Wouldn't Merrick's thing just open it?
Merrick
What?
would have.
I thought he had an item or something.
That just seemed to be his touch.
Oh.
Yeah, if he survived, it seems like the locks responded to him.
It's simple. I cast Mending on Merrick. No, I'm joking.
I will say, I mean, I'm happy to have her help and to bring us through and to get her help and everything. But I feel like it might be better if we were just to give the kid a lump sum of cash, send him on his way so he doesn't have to deal with this danger or anything like that.
I'm not paying him.
I will pay him.
He tried to kill me, and he killed Grier's friend.
Yeah.
They all tried to kill us, but he is a kid. He doesn't know better.
She didn't.
She doesn't defend herself much either. She just kind of stays there and just keeps her arms kind of folded.
I've been through rough spots when I was a kid as well. I know how rough it can be. You do things you don't like for coin and to keep yourself alive. So I'm happy just to give him coin, send him on his way, and hopefully he learns that he shouldn't do this. Speaking a little louder so we can hear again, because this is will get you killed.
Okay, I don't think we need to kind of rub it in. He's got 2 dead friends on the ground. Anyway, so how about we split the cost of paying the kid, and let's get his ass out the door. Come back with Adari, clean all this up. Well, not actually clean up, but you know what I mean. Continue progressing. So that seems like the most worthy course of action. I mean, it's fine. Hobbs and I will pay the kid. I don't have an issue with it. I just want to get this resolved quickly so we can go back to our business.
Looks to him though, and you understand you should get out of town, right? You've broken the law, and they're not too kind about this.
He just kind of looks towards the bodies of the others and just kind of gives a quiet nod. You do hear Adori as you see as the kind of like very tanned elf just kind of like, doesn't mean go running through the desert until your feet fail you. There are boats, someplace livable. If they're giving you money, you can pay for passage.
Speaking of which, Hobbs, how much were you giving this guy? Total.
You don't worry about paying him. I will pay him. I want to have a private conversation with him before I send him on his way.
Okay, just do me a favor. Try not to rub his nose in the fact that 2 of his friends and probably mentors are dead on the ground. It's still not fair to him.
I'm not going to do that. Okay, then.
If you want to, you can pull him aside if you want.
I'm gonna take his hand, pull him off to the side, just to like, sort of around this corner, a little bit out of earshot of everyone else.
I've unshackled him.
Lovely. Listen, I'm sorry for what happened here today. I deeply am. You can make a better life. You can start fresh. Like I said, I've been in similar spots as you. Your hands clean. Don't do anything that will get you in trouble. I remember when I first met you. Remember? We were comparing your scorpion to my friend on my back. You're a good kid. You have a bright future ahead of you. And I'm going to reach into my pocket and get a pouch that has 1,000 gold pieces in it. And I'm going to put it in his hands. This will keep you alive for a long time without needing to worry about anything. Keep it safe, keep it close. Alright?
Again, he doesn't even really check to see what's in it just off there as he just kind of gives another quiet nod. Kind of looking back to them and just like, have my familiar back.
Of course. And you're going to have all of your equipment back too. And
Kind of looks down and probably as he does as you go to like to fetch that, he kind of looks down and looks in and realizes that you didn't just like hand him a bulging bag of copper. As just you can tell as he's trying to be tough, as he's trying to like be solemn, but you can tell he's kind of like holding back some tears. It's just the Kelru taught me to be strong. I don't. That was the whole point. I already had to rebuild once.
I'm gonna place a hand on his shoulder. Even strong people have times where they need someone to talk to or things go wrong. If our paths cross again, and I honestly hope they do, hopefully they'll cross as allies. And I'd love to possibly even take you under my wing and teach you what I've learned.
He gives kind of a quiet nod at that.
Good. Now, I will go, I'll grab his familiar, I will grab his stuff, I will hand it off to him, and I will say, make your way right to the exit. I'm going to give you a little bit of assistance to make sure that you are going to be do that unaccosted. And I'm going to go over to the hole in the wall, and I'm going to reprogram it, and I'm going to say he should exit this area unharmed, and to guard him the whole way to make sure that nothing accosts him and nothing goes after him. And then after that is done, to go into a dormant state.
Okay.
And then I'll come back. Right. Be on your way. Travel safe. Be smart. Give him a nod.
To which he just utters a quiet thank you.
Of course.
Right. As he kind of goes hobbling his way out. I would say, if anyone were to like kind of escort out or watch out, the Akhat does end up having to summon, because those guards said they would come out and patrol right outside. So to make sure that he got out scot-free, kind of summons a little bit of a sandstorm to kind of give him cover as he leaves. But otherwise, then he makes his way out the building.
Then I'll come back.
Oops, and I grew. Oops.
All right. That is done. That is dealt with.
I'm guessing that there's not a whole lot of Cinemeric spy left.
Quite a few of the bones incinerated. There's not a ton, but there is. I mean, there is some.
It's not going to be enough that even if I were to send him to Haven, that he could be fixed, right? Though.
I mean, yes, it technically could, because he hasn't died yet. Hasn't died yet, so that means he would be potentially resurrectable, because it's not like his soul got destroyed. He's an undead that got destroyed. So it's like resurrecting him as an undead. You'd need to cast a new animate dead. You'd have to restore a corpse in animate dead. I would say it doesn't even require Haven to do it. Although here it would be looked down on, so you might want to send it to Haven if that's your goal.
And also, I just don't have the skills, but I know someone who does. So it's just like, this is me. Like, I know nothing's going to happen in this campaign regarding it, but like Griork's liked Cinemeric, so like Griork is going to like carefully bundle up like every bone that they can find and figure out how to get that shipped.
Just reincarnate him. He can live again.
I think he's been dead for a little too long to reincarnate.
So we're all in agreement then? Should we give Adari a fair shake at, their share of this, or?
I'm fine with, she seems, I'm curious why, but I guess it's not my business why she needs the money so bad, really.
No, it'll be fine. We'll ask about that if it comes up, but Adari, I'll make you a deal. Same deal as you had last time. However, I'll pay you out of my pocket another 500 gold as severance, because that's generally how it goes. If you feel like waiving that, that's fine, but that's me extending a courtesy to you. And then, on top of that, if I ever decide that I want to get into your line of work, you must teach me. We'll extend a hand for a handshake.
To which you'd see, not so much for a smile, but I mean, at least it looks like she seems to be less dour as she gives a nod and goes to shake the hand, and just hers is a bit more, I don't want to say earnest, because he was fairly earnest, but otherwise a bit more energized. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Also, one more thing, we're never going to put you in a situation like this, but in the event that you stab us in the back, you will die. That's all. And I'm going to go back to writing my book and then helping Griark stack up all these bones.
To which she's, I am no turncoat. I received that reputation once before, and I feel it was unjust. I was very determined not to let that happen again.
You
I'm
did
not
your duty.
accusing you. It's just, it's a pretty dubious first meeting,
And she nods. I appreciate your discretion.
And I genuinely am going to help Griark very as carefully as I can. Like, I think also, like, it's almost like watching someone, like, handle something they don't like to, but it's not because Sarik doesn't want to. It's because, like, he knows he shouldn't because of Magram. Like, I'm really interested in learning about this, but I feel like I probably shouldn't be. Oh, well.
Well,
We can
Yeah.
talk about later.
which Adori would point. She's like, you need to be aware as there's caryatid columns in the room in the elemental hall. And she points northward. There was nothing that seemed of lootable value, so they took note of it and bypassed it.
I'm sorry, there's one thing we need to retcon, though. Can we just retcon that after I unmanacled the kid, I gave him back his shit?
Yeah, because I mean that's something that that Koala said he did, so
Yeah.
it's already been done.
Okay, cool.
So the loot that came from him should not be added to loot. But otherwise, she does gesture to the other one. If you want, I am very familiar with that lock. I can try to work on it again.
Yes, it seems that's the place you haven't been yet.
She nods. We heard shouting earlier. We were aware, but
There was another visitor down here.
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that.
We need to see if we can get any of their blood for a scrying later to hunt them down. They obviously took something.
I went up for some supplies from we had camped on the exterior. To which then she stops and holds her hand. She's like, I did not know that they laid mercenaries in wait for you.
No, I imagine the one you were guarding probably kept that to herself.
To which she nods. She's like, she kept a lot secret. I was too. She had a great host of orders that were very self-serving in case of many eventualities that all ended in very bad things, or even the one she considered her best friend. It did not fill me with respect for the woman. And she says as she goes and she starts working on the lock. It does take her some time because since at this point she's familiar enough that she gets a sizable bonus to all the attempts. So she's probably try it normally once and then go to take 20.
Yeah.
Which, yeah. So it takes her about 2 minutes to pop open, so it's definitely a... She's not doing it the rush one, because that's an increase of DC, that's what she was trying before, but... Actually, no, that's still not 2 minutes, that would be double duration, so 4 rounds. So, because it was going to be 2. So, a little under 30 seconds, and you'd see as the lock itself seems to turn, and she has to actually keep her picks moving with it. To which she gestures downwards to where you see there's a pile of broken picks. It looks like she's gone through a couple thieves' tools.
Mm.
Would mending work on fixing those?
Yes, mending wood.
Alright, I'm gonna cast mending on all that. And
It's
then
gonna
give
take
it
a
back to her.
while.
I mean, we're just sitting here, right? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, but it takes like 10 minutes to cast, but you could fix that for her if you want to say you do that. And it's like, it's clear that she'd gone through most of hers.
I'll pick it up, and then after we get out of here, if we have time, I'll fix it then.
And even as she picked it up, she's like, yeah, Valeriana assured me for a portion of a small fee she could fix it all, cheaper than replacing them. As you notice, says like, yeah, her tools seem to be a mixture of, she has a singular adamantine pick, and then or adamantine spike pick, so basically the one that goes center in, and then the rest of them seem to be made of rather fine steel. There's just a couple of them that seem to be made of some exotic steel, so it seems like she has a varied kit. I would say that you'd be able to recognize a couple as like fire forged steel, so basically it'd be resistant to flames, and then there's one that's even cold forged, resistant to cold. Then there's one that is a singular Mythor one to basically immune to acid, but basically it's a singular one, not an entire set of a one. Anyways, she does manage to pick it open in about 30 minutes, and it does start writhing open, and to which she'd hold the one in there. She's like, if you want, I can hold this. So you don't have to deal with it in case. I have no idea what's in here other than it's supposed to be It's supposed to be the Tomb of the Grand Architect.
Come on. Shall we take a look?
Yeah, time to be afraid of corners.
Yes, corners are the enemy.
Speaking of which, Griart, come here real quick.
Huh?
I want to heal you because I believe you're still around half HP.
Yes, I am still bleeding profusely. Well, burnt badly.
Is anybody else like hurt?
Just a little.
Anybody else need healing?
I mean, we got that one, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we do. You're right. You're completely right. Where's my phone?
I think I had 26 left in it.
Yeah, was that a cure light wounds at 26?
Yes, Cure Light.
Do you still add points for the caster level if it's from a wand?
What?
I mean,
Cure-
the one's just going to be a +1 because all Cure Light
Yeah.
ones are
Yeah,
CL1.
You can make wands at higher caster levels and stuff to have that kind of stuff, but no, this one's just a DA+1.
I was just curious. I wasn't sure how wands work.
Yeah. You're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that on you.
Donkey.
I'm gonna hit you with one more actually. That first one's 4. There you go. So you got 8 HP.
I mean, that's almost topped off.
I'm gonna take a hit.
That's a good way for I'm going to take a hit off that wand.
I just think of the Bender one where they have the die of power.
Yeah.
I'll take a hit. Hands off the
You know how that one robot offers like the jack to Bender in that episode? He's like, "You want to be cool, man?" He like holds it out all super weird. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey man, isn't that counter? I'm no square, but isn't that counterindicated by my manual?
I want to offer to Adari with the same hand motion, but like, did you get hurt? Did you want to?
I mean, you
Sorry,
did kind of
AFK
smack her
briefly.
with your axe.
Did I hit her?
You hit her with
yeah,
the
she took the
warhammer.
blow. Yeah.
Oh right. Adari, are you hurt? Would you like to use this wand?
No, she'd shake her head. She's like, I'm
Okay. Hobbs, you're good. Okay.
fine. Mm-hmm.
All right, time to see if I die, boys and girls. I cannot see past this point on
Yeah, I'm
mission,
fixing
boys.
it. Sorry. I'm fixing. I'm sorry. It
No,
started
you're
adding
good,
more
you're good.
shadows.
You're good. As long as I'm not dead, we're good.
Hmm.
Still alive?
Yes.
What about now?
Jesus.
I think she'll tell you if you see something.
Yes.
Am I dead yet?
You're. I'm tempted.
Psychic damage.
Just like a glowing hand comes out and slaps you with the letters GM on the back of the hand. Like there was no response for that. What?
I'm sorry, I'm up this.
Trying to process this new deity.
Monogram?
But yeah, seems to be a set of stone doors like the others. Like the others, it also bears a little lockpick one. But you guys will probably have to pick this one since she's holding open the other one. But it doesn't look like it has the mechanisms the gate does.
Aha! My calling has come.
I mean, you were great at it before. Give us a roll.
20.
That'll pop it open. do you want to open the door?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you push it open, the double door opens into a rather unassuming room here.
I don't know. It looks a little pretentious to me.
But,
It's a pretty arrogant room.
yeah, I guess unassuming was a poor one. But the walls are covered in hieroglyphs. The middle of the room, there's a large and majestic stone sarcophagus resting atop a raised stone platform. There are several clay jars sitting on the floor nearby, and 2 lacquered benches standing near the doors to the south. Since I know you guys have people who can read it, you can read that the hieroglyphs name him Jetapet, and they reveal that he died in negative 1599 AR. They describe him as a wise counselor, trusted keeper of the secrets, and a good friend of the pharaoh. Knowledge and ability can assist you.
Not one I'm trained in.
Negative.
Griark, you would know that this was the primary advisor of the Jarrett the second of the tablet you found. You know that he was the one that served at the same time as all that occurred.
Hmm.
Can I do a we've gone into rooms with sarcophagi like 3 times, and I think 2 of those 3 times we've nearly died. So I'm gonna do
This
a
is
perception.
true.
I'd like to do a big old perception to see if there's traps or something that's gonna hurt me.
Yeah. Well, and actually, you know what? Because I did just do one prior, and I forgot to say anything because got stuck up in the description. You do sense that there is a pressure plate that seems to be tied. Moreover, if the chests that the benches are basically are opened without it being disabled.
That was
Oh,
a
God.
delayed roll. I'm really sorry. Like I had rolled that and it took forever to load. However,
Well, and I had GM rolled an 18, so yeah, you are very aware. However, because of your 30, actually, you are aware that there's also a hollow underneath the sarcophagus.
interesting. Can I point out the pressure plate to the rest of the party?
Yep.
Okay. Beware.
You
your
basically,
gut.
it's not so much you have to stand on it. It's if you open the grave goods chest while not standing on the pressure plate, which is one out of the way of, like, have to intentionally standing there. Also means a lone thief wouldn't be able to do it, as it's basically right there.
Ah.
So
Really glad I did that. Also, I would like to. Is there anything else that I can be aware of in this room that's like worth noting with that perception?
no, I gave you the second extra one.
Perfect.
Actually, well, not entirely, because yeah, the 30. You are aware that there's a button as well that is carved into the stone of our sarcophagus's head. That seems to be connected to some sort of function.
Okay. So I kind of want to investigate this button. Obviously, I'll explain everything about the pressure plate and point out how it works and all that good stuff. But I kind of want to get a better look at this button, and without activating it, I kind of want to see if I can see what it connects to or what it does.
Yeah, I'd say with a closer one, it seems to be related to, like, you'd be able to, because of the 30. I'm not going to make you roll. I don't like making people roll twice for the same thing, both for good and ill. So in this case, I'd say you were able to detect that the entire thing seems to be on grooves and able to slide down 10 feet. Basically, this whole rectangle here of the sarcophagus can just slide down, and there's support so that it basically will just kind of hover and unveil the hollow. And the button seems to be connected to that.
So
The sarcophagus does look to be real. It's only the body section in the middle, but that whole slab moves.
Interesting.
So then, do I get the impression that like we were to stand on that and then press that button, we would go down into whatever's like, can we see like an elevator and see what's down there?
No. It just seems like like the hollow doesn't feel that deep. It feels like there's just a hollow section that's basically the size of the plinth. So maybe about a foot and a half
Oh,
deep,
okay.
and then the size of that thing. Like there's,
So the trap is probably would lock that stuff away. Okay.
I mean, trap seems to be linked to these. That if they were opened without someone standing on that square, the
Yeah.
button is on the right side, so it's like, well, yeah, they might not be able to press the button. The same thing. You're fairly certain that it's keyed to that as well. So basically, you just want someone on that square as long as you're dealing with stuff. Or you just want to disable the device, but failure on that would trigger whatever it does.
If I can get some help, we can open these up.
Okay, I don't mean to be too smooth brain here, but then what is the point of it going into the floor? If not to
Reveal
get
the
top-
what's in the hollow.
There's probably more treasure beneath the sarcophagus.
Yeah.
It's basically these are like grave goods, the things that the person might need in the afterlife. Usually some valuables there, but whatever is underneath there is like secret treasure you got to move a dead body to get to.
Oh, I gotta do that. Griark, you like dead things, right? There's this button over here. I think there's cool things underneath this dead guy.
Well, first, why don't we try the low-hanging fruit? Pretty boy,
Yeah,
stand over here.
Why?
so we
To
don't
keep
die.
the room from exploding when I open this.
That's
Thank you, Bagman. I mean Hobbs.
All right. Yeah, I'll open the left chest.
Let me get to that. All right, so the left chest, as you go to open it up. Start off as you open it, you can see the interior of it has a. Seems to be some clothing, some. Looks like a walking stick and some other stuff. It's clear stuff for like a journey. Seems to be directions that you recognize. That seems to be the River of the Dead for the afterlife. It seems like it's quite. You do see what looks like a. Oh wait, that's not. Excuse me. No, I was reading for the right one.
Well, it's going next, so that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, the right one you'd see as it has a series of jars that you'd recognize as canopic jars. They don't seem to do the magical version. They just seem to most likely have his preserved and desiccated or internal organs.
Okay. So this seems like stuff we would just catalog and have the Pharasmans, sanctify.
So which leaves the sarcophagus if you want to open it itself, and then the potential thing underneath it.
Yeah.
We want to open the sarcophagus and potentially get strangled.
How dare you open my thing?
I've done dumber things for less money. Tell you what. Yeah, I'm gonna open the sarcophagus. Wait, should I, or should we just press the button? I feel unsure now.
I mean, you kind of already said you opened it, so I mean, I usually offer like the. I guess that's you starting, and it is heavy, so I mean, it is. So I guess as you start to push on, you stop. Wait, should we really be opening this?
Should we open it? I feel like because there's this button right here, and it definitely leads to the hollow.
I mean, we can get that first if you think it's better.
We've been messing with mummies. I don't know what's better. I'm afraid if I open this lid, it's gonna try and eat somebody again.
Right. Well, first push the button then.
Okay. I'm gonna push the button.
Listening to you guys is rather amusing. I'm just. All right. So as you push the button, the entire thing does come loose, allowing you to push it south if you'd like. As you do, it seems to be a section that's about 10 feet wide and about 12 feet long, not quite the full 15, as it does seem to have supports that strut out to support the sarcophagus, so it's very smoothly runs. It seems to be well designed. Down below, you would spot as there is what looks like an Egyptian axe that seems to be masterworking as well as maintained, and then there is what looks like on a bit of a dais to hold it. There's and still a rather old and decently preserved, as it looks like it was probably an airtight seal. But it does look like there's a ring sitting on what looks like a little bit of a small silk pillow, as well as then I believe the final thing is within the center of the ring is within center there are a trio of pearls.
And they're not like embedded in the ring; they're actually just like in the middle.
Yes, they're just in the middle, sitting like held in by the ring. The axe, you can tell, is, if you were to use detect magic, is magical.
Alrighty.
Is this just like a regular ring, or do we get the impression that might be magical also?
It is also magical if you use detect magic.
It's detecting all of the magics.
Yeah, I don't have that one slotted today.
What is detect magic? You said?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
So then,
Would allow a knowledge arcana.
Arcana.
Or one thing.
I do not have that.
I think our resident sorcerer does.
I have it too.
Aha.
But a 10's not going to do anything.
You know.
Oops. Arcana.
All right, we're going up by one, boys. Unfortunately, nothing to give for that.
What if I roll it untrained to hit a nat 20 right now?
The DC is higher than a 15, which means you cannot make the roll.
Sad.
You can still identify the items later, so just keep them on your list.
Yeah.
I can always slot some identifiers for tomorrow.
Evan, you want to open it up and see if we get murdered?
Yeah, and why not? Now is a good time for potential murder. Us or him.
Then we won't need to identify anything.
I assume you put it back before you do that, so it's not like
Yes. And also, I'm going to ready my hammer, but I'm going to do just like I did before, just in case I get wrapped up. I'm going to take a torch and put it in my hammer ring, so there's a torch ready to be lit at my waist.
no more adherers. On opening the sarcophagus, it is a bit heavier, but it does seem to be. This one doesn't seem to bear much gold leaf like the ones you've seen that you were able to scrape off of some, but this one doesn't seem to bear that. It seems more. I mean, yeah, as grand as it is, also seems a bit more humble in that regard, at least. So you can see as Jedhepet's mummy wears a simple onyx funerary mask. Seems to have a black and gold enameled holy symbol of Nethys. It also then had the mask itself doesn't look like it's worth a ton. As it looks like this guy wasn't trying to be super decadent. But otherwise, the mask is worth 40 gold, and the holy symbol is worth 100.
Okay.
Otherwise, you do also see there is a mummified rat in there. Seems to be marked with arcane on a singular arcane personal rune on its forehead. So it's probably a familiar.
Familiar.
It's kind of awesome they mummified the familiar with him.
Of course, that means they probably killed his familiar.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was gonna
100%.
say.
That part's dark, but I just think it's cool. He also got like a air quotes like royal
It's like,
funeral.
oh, it's sweet they buried him with a dog. You realize they probably killed the dog, right?
It's like they mummified the pharaoh's wives when the pharaoh died.
Yeah, just you know what? It's time to go.
Gotta catch your boat.
We didn't say anything about death to we part.
It is also worth noting that in Pathfinder, a lot of times the familiar will die when its master die if it wants to. It basically can choose to die with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it holds a portion of their soul, and so sometimes they want to go in the afterlife with them.
Yeah.
Basically, it's if the familiar has become enough of its own thing to live on its own, it generally will. Otherwise, if it thinks you're coming back, it definitely won't. Because then it basically stays out, so then someone could res you using it.
And if it's an evil outsider, it almost certainly won't, because it's going to go find more souls for itself.
It's
And,
gonna
yeah,
eat
that
yours.
Yeah, there are quite a few of them will eat your soul.
Yep. It's like, I got free reign on the material plane. Time to kind of get some power.
There's literally one prestige class where the demon eats it and then gains your CR.
That's
So
crazy.
Basically just grows into a demon of that CR after basically you die, and then it needs a miracle for you to res. It's just demon caller's a bitch, man. It's the tiefling special one. It's like,
Okay, so we
basically you-
open.
oh, go ahead.
So we open that up, and then is that all the loots for this room?
It is.
Cool. I'm gonna give this dude and his rat both a final right separately. I want to give one for the rat, is the point I'm getting at, and then close it up and put it back.
You know, that's what the Nethesians, or not the Nethesians, the Pharasmans wanted to do with it anyway, so they'd be glad to hear you did that. And they would trust trust you to do it, given your
Mugramite.
proclivities. Yeah. I trust Magram.
I think we saw at least one more door.
Yes. You're warned that there are caryatid columns in there, but it seems to be a hall of the elements, which could be interesting, but otherwise it sounds like the Scorched Hand skipped it.
Do we know what a something column is?
You guys had talked about them last session in character, so I assume so. They're basically the living column, so I was just going to give it for you that it's basically they pose as humans and then strike. They're a bit worse than Grave Guardians like the one you saw at the door. They're basically... They hurt a lot if you don't, and if you have no inkling that they're real, they get an automatic crit on their first strike. So her warning you already protects the shit out of you, since failed perception check isn't death.
Yeah, we're already pretty low on resources. I don't know if it's actually worthwhile if they skip
Well,
it.
since you know that they're there and that, let me see what she knows. Let me look at the Roman, because it's like I know they looked in it and they didn't just like open the door and say fuck that and leave. She would know that it's specifically the Chamber of Conjuration and Summoning. It has a summoning circle that you remember that they said does look like it'll still work. So it seems to be, it has two figures that she knows that they said were two of the heralds of Nethys. She doesn't remember which ones they are. And then, or no, excuse me, four of them. They are the four elemental masters of Nethys between all the magic, and each of them has a set element to them. There's like one was a lich, one's a hawk woman, one's a cloud with a womanly shape, and the last is an angel. But in any case, see if there's anything else. Okay. Yep. So she'd be able to know that. Yeah, if you didn't have the raiments of the high priest, that they would attack. So they didn't even step in. They opened the doors, examined it, and it was Helru who was able to identify that 2 of the 4 were alive, and that otherwise, then the boy knew from the scrolls that the floor has markings that indicate that that indicated that you needed to be wearing the raiments of the high priest.
Would the clothes in the death chest in here, would they actually like help in that regard? I mean, I know he's not the high priest, but
Interesting factoid that you found out, because goddamn, I almost said Salmon, and I don't think it's Salmon. It's
Cinemeric.
Senenmerk thought was referring to that as the high priest's grave. However, the hieroglyphs identify that not as the high priest. That was the advisor. The high priest seems to be somewhere else or not buried here.
that's why I was wondering because he said he was an advisor. So I was like,
Yeah, and the
it's
key
weird.
was supposed to be here, and it's not here.
Hmm.
Also,
Um,
important distinction as you guys come out of that hallway that shows one major thing that you don't know if maybe she didn't notice, or maybe the thing, but there is not a lock on this side of the gate. It's the other one is very much out of reach of where you could reach. If she had let go of that, you would have probably been locked in there. Would have had to break open the bars at bare minimum to get out. But she's still standing dutifully there, waiting and holding it.
Well, we found the advisor. The high priest is still to be found.
I mean, there's a bunch of tombs or sarcophagi we didn't check because we were kind of distracted.
I think he'd have his own room.
This was supposed to be the high priest's chamber. But they knew it was the architect because she was.
What about the?
Which actually, yeah, because she's supposed to have a decent. She's not stupid, so yeah. She does know that Valeriana did say that the high priest ended up being buried elsewhere because he had been battling with the plague.
Oh, is he just not in this building at all?
Right, he was supposed to be.
So this other guy got an upgrade.
She looks in
Seems that way.
downgrade.
Oh, I see.
Here I was thinking he was just trying to make a statement in death. Turns out he really just got gypped.
No.
I mean, he was. I mean, the fact that he was wearing like a 20 gold funeral mask, worth more just because the fact that it's old is just, it's like, well, yeah, that was a royal advisor wearing what was effectively a peasant's mask.
Kind of love that. Also love the idea of being like, hey man, I know that you're dead, but we could just need you to move your desk to the first floor. That would be great.
Right? Like he didn't even have anything in his oh, we did take away his magic items. Yeah, whatever.
Disappointing then. Although from what you said, it sounds like whatever was supposed to be so valuable in here was taken by someone else.
Yes.
Some amount of a necromancer. Once again, you guys didn't encounter any spellcaster or anything whenever you were here?
She shakes her head, but at the same time, there was a point I went back for supplies from outside at our camp, and Valeriana was convinced I had reset some of the traps when I hadn't. I also had noticed that it seems like someone did. I assumed it might have been the boy being curious, but someone had done something to the hounds we slayed.
Yes, they rose.
There were magically summoned hounds the moment we stepped in, but they didn't seem to vanish.
Our friend was telling us and showing us that, your party at some point, whether you're aware of it or not, had met up with some amount of a necromancer and was, walking around with them.
There was talk of that. I had spotted tracks that weren't of our party, but Azaz had convinced me that he said that there was a point that he had crossed the path, but I was very certain that there was someone else who had crossed ours, as I had been tracking where they had been stepping in the sand makes it very easy as she kind of scrapes her foot along the ground, showing that yeah, it's easy to track down here because of the, even though the cot normally keeps it very clean and maintained, the sand kind of accumulates.
There.
Yeah, basically with her intel, the final room that you haven't looked in, and from her reports, it didn't look like there was treasure in it. Looks like it's just basically a summoning room, but that would be enough intel that would qualify. But it wasn't that you had to clear every danger; you just had to make sure that you knew what it was.
Not to mention the secret room that has that giant monster in it.
Yeah, and the fact that you know that it's there and you know that it's in there and that you can seal it in, it's like, yeah, then the Parasmites would probably just put a warning on the outside the door.
There's still a decent chunk of the first floor we have to map, but yeah.
Yeah, we kind of rushed down here to get a hold of them. So
I mean, not to put too fine of a point on it, but I will show you. It's not to rush you out of here, but those are literally, in game terms, all the same room. They're basically just duplicates of quarters.
Oh.
And a privy.
The privy.
And a privy.
we did it, team. Mystery solved. Well done. Let's pack it up.
And they have a reflecting pool over here that's all dried up.
Also thank our sand friend. I mean, they've.
Oh, the Ankhet?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably give him back his original purpose.
No, not.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I meant our sandman friend.
Oh,
She's back at the temple. You didn't
yeah,
bring
she's
her
back at Teshishari.
Oh.
back.
Oh,
She's
Back in the
already-
temple.
he came
Oh,
to help
yeah,
us
we
last
could-
time I was here.
Yeah, you had missed that session. They went back to get help and cure all the curses off everyone.
Ah, fair.
Oh, which, yeah, you were worried about the channel for your heal. Yeah, they full healed everybody. So I apologize on that. We need to like mark that down when that occurs. Heshisharu is mostly cured. She's a bit hazy, but there was a point that she was heavily losing her memory and hard to maintain. But they did seemingly fix it as best they could. But they were a little worried that she might be a little off. But
Yeah.
otherwise, yes. Highly recommend you put the Ankhet back. Otherwise, this building will decrepify and fall because he was very much keeping it all secure.
Yeah.
Back on maintenance duty. Stop attacking people.
I mean, they're not entirely stupid unless you told them to forget all the orders. You just said disregard the orders. So it's like you could just tell them just do whatever the creators wanted you to do, and he'd go back to normal.
Sounds great, omniscient voice in my head. That's what we tell him to do.
Which you'd see him go active again as he starts actively trying to clean up areas of battle where like the gun blew off part of the wall.
And the
Seems like he's
pots
quite
that
a-
he broke.
Yeah, because they're made of clay, he can actually fix those.
Nice.
One thing I do want to get to before he, I don't know if he would know to clean it up even, but there was blood in that secret room. I just want to like, I have some adhesive tape, and I want to just try and like have someone open the door and like really quickly like try and like get some of the blood we saw with the tape and like yank it back before we get attacked.
Oh, in case the necromancer's blood?
Yeah, because if it's the necromancer's blood, then we can like use that for scrying or some shit. Like it'd make it easier to find out what they're doing, maybe.
Is
I would say
genuinely worth
upon-
the risk.
Well, I would say if you started talking about that, the Ankhet actually makes like a bit of a waving hand towards you. Kind of
Oh.
like a little two-handed.
Like he can just go grab it.
Well, he actually goes upstairs and leads you up to the scythe hallway.
Oh.
Oh.
Probably as he kind of makes a bit of a kind of angry gesture with his arms. As he
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
To where it's all burnt out, but he picks up the blade, and then he just points to where there's blood on the blade.
Nice.
Because the Ankhet
Like-
was full aware that he got hit there.
Grieric will just like take the adhesive tape, just kind of like really shitty fantasy CSI, collect evidence.
He's got like scotch tape.
It's geez, it's just literally adhesive tape in Pathfinder. It's like 3 foot or something like that.
Like
It's super funny. You have a 3-foot piece of tape.
It's
Yeah.
duct tape. You have you have 3 feet of duct tape.
I
just some-
bought some weird shit for Grieric because I was like, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna need.
just some cloth with some Boiled, I'm not gonna say.
I love that so much.
I mean, yeah, if we're assuming they've gotten everything.
You said
Yeah, I was just double checking things. Okay, was double checking to make sure I didn't forget anything, but no. Yeah, so as you guys make your way up and start doing all the rooms, and yeah, Idori dutifully follows, and you would notice one thing is that she seems to always kind of find, in the case of not being directed to anyone in particular, too, she seems to stand near those that she thinks are probably the least dependent. So in this case, probably actually following around Hobbs, as she just kind of stays within arm's reach, every so often kind of putting a hand out to basically, and it's clear that she's, I mean, in combat terms, she's basically giving her aid another to Hobbs, and then basically preparing in case anything occurs, just watching for any traps and such. But it does seem like she does take her duty seriously. Even though you haven't technically paid her anything, seems like she's good on just word.
Also,
But in any
sorry,
case-
Char took a swipe at you. He's nice.
It seems like a ferocious dog, yes. It's rare to see a wolf in the desert. I hope you take good care of him.
Yes, he's kind of a points to the slight smoldering coming from his mouth.
To which she gives a bit of a nod. Otherwise, as you get towards the front hallway, you do hear what seems to be like almost sounds like a signal. Like if you made, like it probably gets you a little on edge, as it seems like a singular bird chirp, but it seems to be coming from the walkway outside.
Yeah,
You seem to hear it again. I wish I had a button that I could push that did like the chocobo noise or something.
Quay.
What?
I mean, we should go find out what that's about, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see what's up.
So, I mean, it's not necessary if you guys to move your tokens for the sake of narration, but if you would look at the main entrance, you would see at the what is your left coming out, right if you were facing the building. On the shoulder of one of the statues, you would spot a little bird with a little red mask. When it's, and you realize why it's only chirping and not speaking, as it seems to be holding what looks like a little glowing, kind of bluish black with a white core bead in its jaws.
Oh. Hello.
Is this the same one we knew previously, or you bird? Can you speak?
It's got
There's
the-
probably
Just so that's on his mouth.
it kind of flutters its wings and then just chirps again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same one. Seems about
okay.
right
Yeah.
attitude.
It seems to be that looking at it, and since their masks are distinct, you can recognize, yes, that looks to be Verloise. And it looks like he's caught a soul.
Verloise, you cheeky devil, come here.
So she flutters down towards you.
All right, once again, I'm back on the mission, boys and girls.
Dev will hold out a hand to accept the thing if he'll let it go of it so she can speak.
Yeah, Verloise sets it down and just be careful with that one.
Who's
Which-
this?
Old spirit. It seems to know you.
Oh, Riark.
Oh,
Great will take care of him. Like, thank you. I'm sorry about what I said. It was a really bad day.
Yeah, she just kind of chirps again.
Good to see you again.
You see the little head kind of cocks as the little mask looks at you, but then she looks back at Griark and just see. Life can be hard. It It's easy to blame death for existing.
Okay, let's not get on a bad conversational topic we just made up.
It just kind of flutters her wings again.
So, Virlawaz, listen. I'm gonna start giving her some like some very small head scritches. Look, listen. Have to let you know, I was very worried about your well-being. Okay, very much. I'm not very good with words, but I want to make you an offer. Okay, hear me out. I want you to come and adventure with us. I want you to be my companion, please.
Traveling with a priest of Magram sounds fulfilling. I will be of use. She seems to be saying more questioningly than.
Yes, it's like you are already incredibly useful.
And then just simply, as a matter of fact, then I will be of use. And then just lets out another chirp.
Wonderful.
I'm not sure Griok knows what to do with the soul.
I like you to imagine. You ever seen like in like a show where they have like a marble or a quarter and they kind of like flick it up in the air and catch it? Kind of like to imagine what you're doing.
You have
Griok's just like, do I just shove it in the skull again?
you have body parts. You have a soul. I think you can probably do something with that in Temple or something.
You've got tape.
Would Griok know what the would Griok know what the fuck to do with this?
I would say that there's quite a few things. I guess it depends on what your goal is.
Griok just wants Cinemeric not. I mean, he doesn't have to necessarily come back as an undead. Griok just really likes Cinemeric and just wants him to not be dead.
I mean, that all depends on what it is. It's like, obviously this Nosoy kind of intercepted his soul, so it's like, the one interesting kind of not good and not evil side of this all is, well, Sin and Merrick might have been happy dying, so it's like, I mean, not saying that you should leave him dead, I'm just saying it's kind of an interesting quandary.
I mean,
but at the same time, so I guess
if he
that's,
wants to be dead, then the resurrection will fail.
yeah, it's just components can be pricey, yo. But
Yeah.
But at the same time, Nosoris can speak to the soul. So I mean, if you wanted to find out that, so it's like, but yes, you could easily get a resurrection for him. You could get a reincarnate. It's like, even though he's very old and the body is, the undead form. The fun thing about it's like, well, the undead maintain. So he's not actually. I mean, they converted him the moment he died. So because he even mentioned to you that he hasn't had a day's rest since then. So
I mean, I would ask if he wants to come back, and
I guess the first one would then, if Verlawaz acted as translator to, which, yeah, there's no language for it. There's nothing other than just a kind of not so cold like evil, but just a chilling feeling as you just realize that they're communicating with the dead. But in any case, she would ask just the, in what way and for what purpose? He asked.
I mean, the purpose is to just live and probably, if you want, still be able to tend to the temple or pursue your own goals. In what way? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, to which she kind of flutters again and just a new chance at life. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
To which then you see as she just kind of cocks her head at it and just silently speaks to it. He would accept such magics.
As for in what way, unless he really wants to come back one specific way, probably try and find someone to reincarnate him, as that would be the easiest thing to find. If they wanted their mortal undead body back, probably realize this approaching a terrible subject with Verlawaz. Like, I mean, that could also be arranged, but not by me.
Yeah, probably with a bit of tone for the first part, just a less killable undead or mortal body. He seems very sour about the first note.
So he does not want to be undead.
Well, he said a less killable undead or
Oh,
living.
less killable
If you
undead.
could get him a greater undead, he would accept that fate, and then. But otherwise, because I mean, you did see he mastered negative energy quite well without being corrupted, which is entirely different than Caponic, where Caponic got very much corrupted by it.
Unless Kill Blended is not something I could do. I don't think Verloise is going to let me send you to somebody who easily could. So, Mortal Body it is.
You'd actually hear Verloise. She's like, I stopped him for you.
I know, but I don't think you'd be like, oh yes, just take this soul and send them to, Uber Necromancer to make, I don't know, whatever Uber Necromancy makes.
The little glowing eyes of the mask kind of blink, and she's just like, I have faith you do good. The mistress may punish and may look at me crossly, but you will do good and you will earn it back. If you think that is the best call, I trust it with you for a reason.
You know what? If that's what he wants, I can give him the mortal body and send him to somebody who can give him the other one.
Right.
But
He can
that's
make
up
his
for
own
him.
choice.
Exactly. Mortal body. Well, just to make it nice and simple, we'll find a druid or something, mortal body.
She seems to perk up at that, even though she was allowing that. There was definitely like asking somebody like, "Hey, we need to sever your arm." She's like, "Okay."
What he does with his life from there is what he does with his life from there.
She gives a little happy chirp at that.
Thank you, Verloise. It's going to be interesting grouping together, but I like you, so hopefully it won't be too bad for you to be with me.
Char, bird is friend, not food.
He chirps at Char, which Char just kind of does the whole like dog kind of tilt. I imagine Tara's kind of slithering out of the thing since there's just quiet and a lot of conversation.
We each just basically have a pet at this point.
Yep.
I
Everyone
take
has
the
that.
I take the little man out of the jar. Look, this is your new.
Right? I've got a little man in a jar too.
Little man can ride on the bird. Get him a tiny spear. He's a jouster.
This is now literally the game Joust.
What's the logistics of me crafting a very small lance?
A toothpick, you mean?
Dude,
No, I need it to be accurate. I need it to have the
there's rules for
stupid
crafting
plan.
tiny ones.
Didn't they have them? They had spears or something?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he
you
threw
guys-
it in me.
You'd need like a fine spear.
Oh, this is amazing. I love it.
That's basically
What's,
you would want an adamantine needle.
What's the rules on Shrinky Dinks?
We can shrink items.
Oh god, that was so effective in a game of in the Jade Region campaign because they were getting attacked by giants throwing boulders, and one of their casters was like, "Hey, I got this, guys. Hold on," because they were taking turns. One giant would pick up a boulder and the other would grab it and throw it, and so she just waited for the next time they threw one, and then she just like shrink item with a spectral hand. Next one, shrink item, and the giants were like, "Aw." At that point, because it's 1/16 the size, so it was turning into a tiny item. So it's like Pebble hits the thing, Pebble hits the thing, and everyone's like, "Why didn't we think of that?" And she's like,
Now you know what the bad thing is that like when the spell wears off, they all just physics collide with each other.
I mean, yeah, it lasts like hours a level, so like a couple hours later, there'd be a pile of boulders blocking that road now.
Yeah, there's just like explosion of rock.
Imagine you're some random peasant and you're just trying to get to like your farmstead, and then suddenly some little like rocks expand in front of you.
Only if you hear the "I want a rock."
I'm so happy this bird came back. You have no idea.
That's bird.
I am too. It's going to probably complicate things for Grievous, but I'm glad Verloise is back.
Nice.
Otherwise, it's fun. Congratulations, you guys have completed the Half-Dead City, and as such, congrats on level 4.
Ding ding
Yes.
ding.
The next adventure you will be dealing with where you get invited to an auction where you can sell the treasures you have recovered from the necropolis. Obviously, more things will be doing. Multi! Thank you for the subscription.
Malty, missed you.
We very
Oh.
much missed you. 2 months. 2 months ago, and then the USS Fabulous can fly. We could bring Crix. Crix, you need to join the USS
Huh?
Fabulous.
What the fuck is that?
Star Trek Simulator, I think it's called, or something like that.
Oh yeah. I need VR for that though. Yeah.
Which we're fixing. I just need.
Yeah. No. It's not. I wasn't.
But the next book is interesting. It'll be fun. I do have more of the other ones too that'll be happening in the meanwhile and extra stuff. There will be some downtime. I think. Let me double check. Just so you guys, if you do have.
I know I need at least enchant my gun between things.
Oh, there's definitely no time for that.
Hello, Monty. Yes, I need to finish fully combat training Char.
Okay.
Well, the
Normally it
pictures are
asks for
kinda-
3 days, but I think I'll extend it to 7, just to give you guys a full week of downtime. I know it's not as much as some you get in some campaigns, but I think that's enough that you guys can have some fun and you can get up to some stuff outside just the book itself.
Yeah.
We can get some
So-
stuff bought and enchanted.
Obviously, once you inform Sabti, which I imagine you're going to inform her of what's going on.
Oh, we're gonna try and get her a full report. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Which, oh my gosh, thank you for the 775 biddies. My gosh, multi.
Yeah.
Multi. Love you, Multi.
My gosh, top of both the boards. I love it.
Hmm.
Multi, you are a sweetheart, and I cannot wait to play. And we're gonna have to add you to some of these tables, girl. You're gonna have to start thinking of characters.
Yeah, are they back yet?
2 months, just under 2 months. And then we'll be doing some fun, and them, and they'll be doing. Oh, it'll be so much fun! I can't wait. Okay, yeah, Sabti is obviously very worried about the tablet that you said. Obviously implies it's evil, and also the fact that she would actually, and of most interesting note, even of everything, and how most of the harassments aren't too enthused by most things recorded, even though you hear other people discovering, like, that they've found evidence that maybe there are artifacts and such. But the fact that there's a evil one missing gets Sabti's direct attention, as she would direct you to bring her back to that one. She wouldn't dare open the door with the necrophidius in it, but she would do a detect evil on basically the cracks and be able to determine that there is a massive aura, which would indicate that that was not just any item, that was probably a major artifact that was once in there. Which basically means those are things that can change the world.
Oh.
Oh, that's exciting.
But
Fun.
she has no idea what it is and has no means to, since it's like, if it was something like a Pharasman one, she would dig back. But the problem is, Nethys and Pharasma don't exactly see as eye to eye ever since she'd be able to explain to you where the Discordance and actually probably where the Scorched Hand, why they probably were less reverent of Nethys. It's because she'd explain that a lot of Nethesians do not see eye to eye with Pharasma since she lost her fate power. Since, as far as the story goes, she did it as part of a willing ritual, and that was a great power that she gave up. So,
Nethys doesn't like it when you give up magics.
no. Especially when you have power that can change the world, and he loved pairing with her because you are unbeatable if you know fate and you have enough magic to do whatever you want. Because then chance has no bearing on you.
Was that around the same time Aradin died?
Yep. It literally,
Probably was not a high point for Nethys either.
yeah, wasn't a high point for Nethys, and also that's why a lot of Pharasmans hate Nethys, because they basically damned her in one of her weakest points, because for those in the know, and Sabti wouldn't hide the fact that anyone who has spoken with Pharasma knows that she very much laments that day, and if there's a way to break her heart, it's to throw that in her face. But
Takes notes for Lucy.
in any case, all the same, she would mention that that you all, as one of the teams, you would know that even though she didn't directly participate in the actions of the Scorched Hand urns, it's not so much a death warrant if you don't push for it. The guards would allow yours since it was yours, but it does get them a black mark in the terms of anything vocational or academic in the town, and they would very much be getting a very increased town. You could potentially sign on Adori as even though you don't have another tomb to plumb, but if you signed her onto the Mongoose, you could probably mitigate some for her. But Azaz, not so much. but that's really up to you, though. It's not really necessary.
I mean, it's as if he's following orders, is not going to be in the town anymore to get
No.
penalized. So
Yeah, he's probably gonna bail.
I mean, yeah. Maybe
Yeah, sign her on.
As he should. Can we approach her about it? Can we just?
Yeah, you can talk to her. You can do any roleplay you want at this point. I would
So
just kind
what's her name again? Adari.
of Idori.
Adori, listen. I have the most serious thing to talk to you about. I'm assuming we're at the tavern, so just like take a seat at this table and bring you an ale. All right. Just sit down, and I'm just gonna like come up with 2 ales, sit across from her very seriously, which is the most stern dwarven face you've ever seen in your life. And then I want all of the companions to just kind of circle up around her at the table.
Right, just like leaning in.
She's like getting all like look at you like, what the fuck?
Would you like to join the Indigo Monkeys?
Or the first time you see her crack a smile as she remembers that first day, and you guys just freaking, and then and you actually hear that little soft voice where it's just the monkeys, and she does pick up the
Monkeys!
I can't do it today. I have COVID, but yeah, that.
Yeah, she goes to raise a glass and gives a nod. She's like, I would be happy to work alongside you in the future.
Where's Can I do a perception check to find my half orcs?
Yeah, they're in there.
Yeah,
Seems to be
for
playing a
sure I'm
dice game.
bringing them over to the table. They're
Well, I'm
bringing the
pretty
dice,
sure-
yeah.
And I imagine you find them just the moment that Dev shouted monkeys. They all just howled it. You've made a meme in this town.
We are the meme.
Yeah, we're drinking with them too.
Yeah, which Adori does seem to lighten up. And you realize that when she's not on duty, she's decently light. She's always seemingly a stick in the mud, but you would be able to find that she always participates. She's just quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And but otherwise she's happy to drink along with you and just kind of, the shouting less so,
Mm-hmm.
but she seems to enjoy it very quietly, and seems to even kind of admire. But otherwise, at the same time, there's definitely something that nags at. I mean, there's definitely more than just what you've seen. So I would say if anyone wants to wrap up the thing and ply her for, as far as, I know that you guys wanted to ask what her deal with the money was and all that, but if you want to, you can, or you can wait for another session.
I mean, Guerrero asked about it if she's in with the context if she didn't want to say she didn't have to.
Yeah.
But Guerrero's curious.
How would you like to broach it? Because I guess she wouldn't just go on to like a rant. I want to know how.
Adori,
She just looks right at you.
I'm glad to have you on board, but I do have to ask. You sound like you're really dependent on getting paid, and I mean, if they're in some sort of trouble that we can help you with, or something like that. I mean, beyond the monetary, obviously you're going to get paid from us, but just like, I don't know, if there's someone like lean on you for money that you don't really owe, or that kind of thing. I don't know.
My family very much owes it, and it was very much worthy spent. She kind of pauses and looks. She's like, I will tell you if it doesn't change how you look at me, for good or for ill.
I mean, I'll do my best.
Some of the humans like to call those of my family kind forlorn. Generally, were those that of my blood that. She kind of pauses to think. She's like, in most cases, we've become more human-like, but the big problem is most humans and things like humans don't live very long, in terms of elven terms. And so we see a lot of death. It becomes draining to one's soul, because you can't make friends without knowing they're going to pass. Granted, maybe anyone could, but it's a much larger amount, believe me.
Hmm.
To which she gives a bit of a nod, and she's... I am part of a small family that we fought this with all of our hearts. You may notice that I don't tend to act... Well, I don't know how many forlorn elves you meet, but I'm told I act more elven. I don't think I do. Which I would say, since Haven has a fairly large elven population, and since I know have seen that, it's like, yeah, elves don't be quite as quiet as she is. She probably thinks she's acting elven, but she's just acting aloof. I don't know. But in any case, she pauses and just there were a great number of humans that we were very close to in the last generation. The three of us did everything we could and took out a great deal of money at a great trying to combat death in its forms. But it's a battle you can never win, and the debt is very great. And unfortunately, the dates are coming due. I don't know if you're familiar with debts in Osirian, but
Not especially, no.
generally, if you cannot pay your debts, then other means are deemed. If you can do it via magic, then magic. If it's something that can be taken that is a bit more than just an object, it is. And if there's a service you can provide that is no longer a service paid for, but a service that you now owe, set for a number of years. And unfortunately, long-lived, talented people can get quite a the debt is not in my name, but it is in my family's name, and I intend to help them clear it before that day comes due.
I can certainly sympathize with how your family got into this debt. I feel like I have heard this conversation a bit before.
She raises an eyebrow at that.
Longer story. I know someone who's, let's just say she's very involved with trying to extend life as far as she can and very much wears everyone she's failed as a mantle to remind her to be and try harder.
It becomes difficult. She goes and kind of cinches her fingers as she leans on the table and looks at you. She's like, there was a point we offered a very large gift to try to extend one that we thought would want to stay with us and live beyond, but the idea of living and becoming what would essentially be a human forlorn, well, he found that to sound more like a nightmare than
That's unfortunate.
She seems to have a bit of a wistfulness as she seems to almost go to speak more, but then her voice fails her and she just kind of shakes her head. Seems like there's a painful memory attached to that.
You don't have to speak on it if you don't want to. I was just concerned and curious. You seem nice, and I think everybody generally likes you, and if there was some way we could help, we would want to help.
You get another earnest smile from her. She's like, most don't call me nice. I'm polite.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You're not rude.
She shakes her head. There's too much of that.
You looked out for the boy.
He was innocent. As much as it all went, and even if he may have harmed someone you care about, he thought he was doing right, and he thought he was misled. And in the end, he just wanted to be strong enough to live. I tried very hard to make him see fact, but he was so enamored with Kelru.
It's unfortunate, and it'll probably leave him at least a little bit scarred and bitter for a while.
I didn't like hearing how angry he was with me.
Better than seeing him as a corpse, and I am fully teaching Verluaz how to shoot dice.
Wow.
I just imagine her like picking up dice and hucking them down the table. Bounces one off an orc's nose.
Ooh. Teacher poker.
Oh gosh.
Gonna give her a little card holder. Because this is like a sparrow-sized bird. She's tiny.
Magram be praised.
This ain't no like falcon familiar. Like, you have a sparrow with a Skull Kid mask. That's what it is for anyone who played Zelda. But in any case, yeah. Sabti would otherwise inform you that the Grand Mausoleum has a bit of an embarrassment of riches, given that they didn't expect A, as many adventurers, and B, they didn't, since they knew that each group would just be getting 3 sets, and then that would just be it. They thought there would be less interest, and they had been getting quite a bit of money for their magical services and healing, as well as then apparently, and even Sabti would say, like, as much as she feels like they did something wrong, a lot of them ended up not paying respect as much as, like, say, the Mongeese did, and ended up getting their fines confiscated in certain ways. And so the Pharasmans have been they want to put it back into the community rather than, since there's not much good that wealth does in their hands, other than just paying for the healing and such in the future, that they're hoping to make effectively cheaper for Wati, especially since which they would basically pose as Wati's already suffered enough that required great healing that it shouldn't always cost so much. But otherwise, their other bit is that they're going to try to they're entering an arrangement with the Canny Jackal, a prestigious auction house and art gallery at the edge of the Sunburst Market, where they will, instead of doing the open market at the market that they advertised at the beginning, they'll be trying to do it there, so that the adventurers who did pay proper respect and helped will be able to get the majority of the payment they are deserved. Since the Canny Jackal also sends out word to some of the neighboring towns, such as Kadira and such, you'll get more bids, and even those that can be passed on through magic from distance bidders. So, should be
Kind of really funny. A lot of them weren't respectful, because that means there's like not going to be many at the auction at all.
Otherwise, Sabti would also give you a little bit of a thing that she said that she's seen before, because they've only done this 2 other times the last 2 years, since they're trying to get through all of the Necropolis year by year. And so she'd point out one thing that she saw both the other years that she saw Candy people do, and because she made a friend of hers, she said this is the only reason since she usually doesn't get involved in the affairs of people, since that's not usually the place of a Pharasman, and even less so the High Priestess, but she would flat admit that she knows she has a bias towards you, which take for whatever that is. But in any case, she'd say that you could also then, during this time, hunt the markets, as it's very likely some of the other adventurers, and even the ones that maybe didn't do so well for a quick coin, may have sold their loot to the vendors about town, and if you manage to find anything that is not a fake, it'll probably sell for well over its investment in the auction.
We're basically
We
doing the
sold shit
eBay.
too.
We're doing that thing where you like search eBay for someone like low, really underselling what it's worth, and just trying to flip it.
Pretty much. It's
Yeah,
literally
okay.
it's literally like the eBay board game, because I remember that one where it's like it had like 5 copies of every item, and then there was like a couple that were worth normal, one that was worth a shit ton because it was like mint in box, and then like there were like a fake and a broken one, and so you always had, like, depending on what the object was, and so the goal was to try to find the good ones. And the funniest shit was, it was literally about like, yeah, and the cards will get bent and have markings, and you need to remember this, because knowing these small details is what eBay is all about. I'm like, oh my god, this fucking game, meta.
There's one last order of business I wanted to get to before, like kind of like a retcon for the night, like at the tavern. I just want to like take the agreed upon funds of the $1,000 sign, or the 1,000 coin sign on bonus that we agreed to Adar, and just like, yeah, give it to her. The word's nice, but I had already allocated the funds for my end to give her the sign on bonus, since I had suggested it without asking people.
Yeah, to which she would very thankfully take that as she goes to stand up and gives you a rather, not even formal, it looks like it belongs in maybe a different one, and she just kind of cinches her arms and gives a bow to you. trying to bow even more. So like it's not so much like a commentary on your height, but she is trying to bow below your head.
Is
Just
this
give
a
it an elf, she feels
commentary on
good.
my height?
You hear her just kind of like exhaling a bit of a laugh as she's still bent over and just see.
Please
Thank-
don't bow to me. It's fine. We're comrades now. And I'm just gonna like tinker glass and then go back to shooting dice with my bird.
Zarik, you seem tall enough to me.
You know, you seem to be about the right size yourself.
Yeah, just another idle smirk on Adoria. She's just seems to be the commonplace for her, and then if you do spend more time with her, that's what you'll notice is that she talks very, very, very little, but she does smile and make her facial expressions are usually the most that she'll speak in most cases. It's simple as that.
Yep, that's pretty much it. I had already subtracted the funds for my stuff. I won't lie to you guys. I'm sure there's more RP and stuff to be had. I am very nauseous. I'm gonna go to bed.
I mean, this is a good stopping point, honestly.
Well, I did. There was one last thing I wanted to have
Okay.
you do before.
Okay, then,
'cause
Trix,
I-
go rest up.
yeah.
You're wonderful, and we love you. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here.
Good night.
Because
Yeah.
I'd have to get the price.
Feel better.
I definitely use one of my tokens, 25% off tokens for this, but I know I have enough money to cover. I'd have to find out the actual price later. But for Cinemeric's reincarnate, I want you to roll the D100s to find out what happens.
Sure, we can do that here. We can actually
Yeah.
involve you three. Let me get the enhanced table up.
Goodbye, Gobble.
I hope they feel well soon.
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll involve all of you guys then. So whoever wants to roll first, give me a D100, and we'll see what happens with that as you basically collect. Actually, Sabti would be happy to help you with that, since that is something that she can cast, if you want to use her.
I mean, if Sabti can cast it, yeah.
Yeah.
12.
Because, yeah, they offered anything under level 4 casting that would be, as long as you brought the materials for anything over 100 gold, so... Yeah, this would qualify, so you wouldn't have to pay for the spell casting. 12, alright. And then if I can get another one from someone else.
Yes. 62.
Koala, want to hit me with one?
7.
Low high, low high.
Well, I can't say that's not fitting, at least for location. Well, the rest of it maybe not.
Hmm.
Also, I wonder what you guys will want to do with this.
Come back as the Tarask. No.
I mean, that is an option on the extended table because I'm not using the expanded. I'm using half and half of some of the big one that like was player made a while ago, and then the expanded one because that's the one that has all my
Yeah.
custom races on it. So I got to use the Pathfinder one for the race, but then I still use the other one for the purposes of others. So in this case, that's pretty interesting. So as you cast a spell and turn up on the bones, and then the little bead of color glows and then just vanishes as the entire thing turns that kind of dark bluish black. And then as it just seems to turn into a rather short, I mean exceptionally short, kind of just ball of color that can't be terribly large until as it finally fades away, and before you would be a very young exceptionally as far as it seems to be a just after newborn, brown-skinned, dark-haired elf. Seems to be a desert elf.
Oh my.
Well,
She seems to be.
Yes.
She seems to be maybe about 7 months old. Actually, excuse me, that would be. No, because that's very new. So actually, about 3ish.
I have never seen this happen before.
Sabti just kind of pauses and does seem like it bears more reason why, like it's probably not unseen of, as where she probably casts a spell has like a bit of a drapery that you've seen on some of the temple ones, and you realize why as she goes to swaddle the small elf and just. But probably since you're the one who brought the thing, and she goes to put her in your arms.
Oh dear. Well, I suppose I'll have a lot of extra life to live now. I'm just not sure what to do. Dev, help?
Sabti kind of chuckles a little bit, and you would probably hear a little bit from Verlawaz as she just kind of cocks her head. Just, I thought that was the point.
Yes, but I wasn't. They don't normally come out this young.
Sabti would just. It is very rare, but not unheard of. If it's an issue, we could potentially find a better home for her.
I mean, oh shoot.
I mean, does she still remember all her past life? She's just young?
Sabti would pause and just see. In most cases, they remember a large portion, but at the same time, she gestures back, and without the higher level metrics that even I don't have, the unfortunate state is her mind won't have the memory to have it, and so she will forget a lot, and it'll probably, like, some will come back as she grows up, and some will be lost forever. Most talents remain. Anything latent, anything born in, a lot of times things well trained.
Rick.
Yeah.
I think she would be well tended back home.
I mean, I'm sure she would. Yeah.
Yeah. Have some time. We could. For teleportation.
I mean,
Sabti raises an eyebrow but doesn't say anything.
I suppose you're right. We'd have to see about. Yeah, no, you probably have the right of it. I figure if I didn't have the sinking feeling that we're going to have a lot more problems in the future to deal with, I would be happy to raise them myself, but I can't exactly take a child with me everywhere.
You don't have the capacity to tend to a baby.
I mean, maybe
There are
in the
plenty of places
future.
around. There are plenty of places around town, and if you're the one who convinced them of this new life, you do need to remember that it's going to be easier around those that they once knew. Just as a. Now, granted, that's in many years' time, so I would just say don't.
Yes, I was thinking, we will handle that as the time comes, but I have very exceptional, talented, well-funded orphanage type places.
He does kind of make a little bit of a face at that, but then shrugs.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to disparage however things are here.
I trust Sabti knows what she's talking about. We could try and we have time before the auction to figure this out. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we can set her with a good family, and if we have to leave her with an orphanage, we can hopefully leave them with enough support to make sure she's well taken care of. I'm not sure she's going to be thrilled about losing a lot of knowledge, considering the whole Nethys history, but it's out of our hands at this point.
Which she just kind of leans over a bit, and the very tall Osirian woman just as far as just the well, the upside is Nethys is very good at at helping people rediscover their lost memories. So if there was anyone who could suffer this, I would say that if she does find her way back to him, he will find her way back to at least all of the memories that would make her more powerful. Well, no, actually, he doesn't like anything being forgotten, so I suppose there's that. In any case, did you want to stick with the same name? I suppose. I mean, it is worth mentioning that it's unlikely she will feel the same. Like, I know you're worried about her being upset, but that's very unlikely. Think of it more like she's... Unless we fetch very high level magic in order to restore a normal form, in which point this... More like someone who grew up with that as sort of a core spirit. As... You hear Verla watch just, that's literally what you just did. You're saying it's like that. That is what it is.
I mean, I have no idea if Sin and Merrick's truly a feminine name, but then again, if she's an elf, who's gonna? I mean, elves have all sorts of. Elves have interesting names. They're not gonna question an elf with a name like that.
Just because I imagine Sabti as one has like she has a good poker face when she wants one, but often tries not. If it's one she doesn't feel she needs a lie, and she doesn't just probably the eyebrow raise again. I mean, it is an ancient Osirian male name, but do you want assistance coming up with an Osirian? I suppose if you give me the quantifiers, I am well versed in our culture.
I would. I mean, something similar that means like something similar that means something similar to what their name meant, I guess. So they don't lose their identity entirely, you know.
Gives it some thought as she thinks about it, but
it doesn't have to be right now. I know we're going a little late. I didn't expect this curveball.
I mean, hey, the age one rolled a 7. That's
no, I know. It was just not something I expected to come up.
And first I thought the low one was older, like half year plus, and I was like, oh no, that literally is the next section. So I was like, oh, this is literally 0 to 6 months. All right then.
You has baby.
Indeed, I does.
No, you'd become a mama before me.
That was not what I expected either.
Ooh, that's soda here.
Indeed. Dr. Pepper.
Ooh, I had cherry coke. Give me a second here, and I am looking up some. It's not too hard to look because, like, I can figure out based on hers and or on his, and then. Oop. You know what's funny?
Let's see it.
Sen and Merrick, when I looked up the meanings of the two ones, because it's two names. It's Merrick and Senan, which just like it here. So Merrick is warrior or warlike, and Senan is eternal. So it's like, oh, geez, they literally named him Eternal Warrior. That's hilarious. And it's funny because it's like I can't really complain because look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Merrick Ishtar, Shadow Warrior. All right, buddy, let's go. It's like, so in this case, let's see. So you'd want 2. The problem is, though, from what I can find, I'm sure there are actually ones, but in terms of like ones that have the same, what would the one be? Culture? Descendancy, since it's like using those ones. Finding things that mean warrior or warlike is hard in the feminine. but is there something that maybe? Oh, victorious. That's not bad. So victorious, what? Give me something else. Do you want eternal victorious? I could probably find it.
Rebirth.
Yeah, Victorious Rebirth. That kind of work.
Rebirth. See if we can find something with rebirth. I mean, yeah, wish. That kind of goes with it. Blessing, wish, or I don't have anything that means rebirth on this list. There's one for princess, miracle, good omen, beautiful pearl. Oh, eternal life.
There you go.
That works.
Yeah, that works.
So the two of them that you would have would be one would be Khalida, and the other one would be Nasira. So Nasira Khalida or Khalida Nasira.
I like Khalida Nasira.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down somewhere so I don't forget. And then you guys can have the spelling too.
Going to take a few years before before they're ready to I don't know. Talk. Chat.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, in the most case of those ones, because there's a whole book devoted to reincarnate and the different like variants and odd things you can get for it, which I absolutely love. It's but because it helps a lot in these ones, and it mentions that they tend to learn things faster than anything that was the same. So like, especially if they're like, if there's anything in them that basically is born the same, if they're not like going human to elven culture. It's funny that you had the conversation about Forlorn, right before this too. It's like, oh my god, but so in this case, like learning Osirian Common will be fast. She'll probably learn that exceptionally quick, and then like anything as far as like old skills and such will come naturally. But so like quick to speak, quick to learn how to walk and stuff like that, but doesn't mean that like it's very rare for them to utterly take on their old persona if it in this early, just because like no, they're growing up with a different one, and
Yeah.
it's still them. They'll still have a very similar personality, and they'll start to remember friends if given the opportunity, which makes it interesting with you guys. And then don't forget, there's also
I have the immortality racial trait.
I mean, otherwise, the other thing you can consider is there is magic to also increase time. So you could always try to assist her in aging if you want to. Which
Probably
basically
have
the
to
less.
split it between games.
Yeah, definitely not tonight, but definitely something that you could approach. I mean, easy option is just not necessarily chief as plane shift. Go to any sort of timeless plane, and you can get it done fairly easy. At which point, obviously, the less time spent between would be the less memory loss. At the same time, it's going to be inevitable. Because actually, no, going timeless, that would be if you use magic. If you did miracle, because if you did timeless, they'd just be their own person. But which isn't bad. But interesting one. Okay. With that interesting ending note, yes, Multi, we miss you a lot too, my dear. Let's find. Actually, I think I might not raid or anything, just because it's like looking at 11:30, and I want to go cook my food, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, whenever I raid, I always want to linger and be supporting, and it's like as much as there's only the three of us in ours, so I think I might just and a couple of lurkers. So anyone who's still here, of course, love you. Hope you had fun. Can't wait to see you in the next one.
Yeah.
And of course, you three, love you all. Hope you had fun as well.
Love you very much.
I will be lingering about. I probably won't go cook my food immediately. I just have some brats, and I'm gonna put them in the instant pot, so won't be long. And I'm gonna cook that Cheetos mac and cheese. And
Cheetos.
maybe regret living. Yeah.
Mac and
we'll see.
Cheetos.
It literally has 3 types. I remember when I saw that, I was like, not only did they make this abomination, they made 3 variations. I remember one's spicy and the other's regular, and I can't remember what the last is.
Cool Ranch. No, I don't know.
I think one was jalapeno, and the other is
Oh.
flaming hot.
That makes sense. Those are the 3 main flavors of Cheeto.
Yeah. All right. So with that, then, rather than worry about our raid, everyone, anyone who is still about, I love you. Please have a wonderful weekend, and of course, stay wonderful yourselves. Try to look on the bright side of things. I know that July has been rough for more than a few people, but stay positive. All right.
Always look on the bright side.
Bye bye.
Stay beautiful.